that goes. So we're going to be on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. So bear with me for a minute, and we'll have the other platforms up and running momentarily. I'm talking about Trump's week. We're going to be doing a weekly review for President Trump. Uh, there's a lot happened this week. A lot happened this week in the Trump administration. I mean, it was a heavy news week for President Trump. So we're going to do it from that standpoint. But give me a second to get my other platforms going. And I do appreciate Green Eyed Soul. That's a hell of a name. Good evening, folks that are filtering in. I know some of you folks are probably still um, watching some of the games. You know, I'm a Chicago Bears fan, and my team my team had a good day yesterday. So, and I did watch some of the other games. So give me a minute to get my other stream going, and we should be able to get this going momentarily. Um, the other person that's in the news a lot lately that I want to talk about too is the late Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about him as well. He's in the news a lot. I mean, I think his wife is, give Erica a shout out. She is doing a lot to keep that man relevant. So I want to talk to you guys about that and get your opinion on it, on how and why this guy is so damn popular. Be candid with you. I didn't know a lot about Charlie Kirk until he died. So hear from you folks on that. But let me go ahead and get the last stream running, and we'll be up in oops. Happy Sunday to all you folks that are filtering in. Looks like many of you folks are filtering in. So happy Sunday to all of you folks as that begins to happen. Don't know why my device just turned off there, but we'll figure that out. Okay, so I think we got everything going here. So we should be able to start the live momentarily. Don't have any idea why that device just turned off. Okay, so let's go ahead and get it started. What up, folks? Once again, what the hell is going on? For some reason, I'm trying to stream on TikTok and the device is wanting to turn itself off. That's not something it normally does. You don't normally have a TikTok device turn off. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, good evening. What's up, folks? Once again, it's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Going to be doing a President Trump week in review. Simply put, we've done these before, but this has been a really busy week with the Trump administration. I want to get your opinion. Obviously, he addressed the nation, but there's a lot more that took place this week than just President Trump addressing the nation. The week kind of started out with the whole Rob Rayner comments that were a lot of folks were disgusted by. Obviously, he addressed the nation, and we'll talk about that. And his numbers or his statements while addressing the nation are obviously a little bit different than some other folks feel. That was part of this week. The Rob Reiner, I see that in the comments, Rob Reiner Shrimpman. In addition to that, the presidential plaques that he put up in the White House that are under each president now. And the presidential plaques are essentially just him dictating how he feels about history or whatever the case may be. But this President Trump giving his account of each president we've had of this great nation and what he thinks about them. I mean, and he insulted, inserted insults and things like that. So I don't know what to say about that. But we're going to talk about all of this happened this week. Now, renaming the Kennedy, I don't. That's not a museum. What is it? What is that place? But he renamed. He's putting his name on there. Here's what I'm going to say. Renaming Washington because Trump is trying to put his name in various places all over D.C. He wants places named after him. They even have a F-47 coming out that many suggest the only reason the jet is called the F-47 is because Trump is the 47th president. So we're going to talk about that. But I also want to point out the The issue with a inept Congress, because a lot of stuff that Trump is doing, you are supposed to go through Congress to do it, such as what we're talking about, renaming places like this. I believe even as much as getting rid of the penny, because President Trump has gotten rid of the penny. I think that was supposed to be done through Congress. The bonuses he's given to the military. Now it sounds like that was already allocated in the big beautiful bill. So that was going to happen anyway. So him announcing that during his address like it was something special, it was already there. But he just tried to make it sound like $1,776 is something new you're going to get. But it sounds like that was already there. But the point we're making is not going through Congress to do stuff. I believe going from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of War is something that should have been done through Congress. I don't believe you can just rename departments on your own. So I believe that he has done a lot of things that are likely going to last as long as he does. Whenever President Trump's tenure is done, there's a really good chance that that stuff is going to have to either be taken up for a vote by Congress, or eventually somebody that doesn't like Trump is just going to come along and get rid of it. Because you do have to go through Congress to do a lot of the things that President Trump is doing. But since Congress is not exactly putting up any resistance, he's just going to do them anyway. So we talk about that. In addition to him renaming the Epstein files, we're not going to get too deep into it, but I don't know, what was it, all a bunch of redacted documents. I mean, really nothing was learned out of that, because I mean there were just pages upon pages upon pages of redacted documents. So I don't know at the end of the day what that amounts to. And I guess I would ask you folks also, scale of 1 to 10 in the comments. Now that we got Trump, I know how a lot of folks didn't trust, let's say, the government under Biden or even under Bush or Obama. Scale of 1 to 10 under President Trump. We're talking about Trump. Scale of 1 to 10. How much do you trust your government? 10 being you trust them wholeheartedly. How much do you trust your government with Trump at the helm? Because many are suggesting that the way the Epstein files were handled, it looks like our government is trying to protect wealthy people. So, scale of 1 to 10, how much do you trust your government? And then, of course, I'm going to ask before we continue on. Wow, somebody said, Shrimpman said 0. How many zeros is that, Shrimp Man? Wow. Yikes. But, look, and I'm asking that question. Let me tell you why I'm asking that question. Not to just be hammering President Trump. But remember, President Trump was the guy that was going to expose the deep state and drain the swamp. So trust under President Trump should be significantly stronger than previous presidents, because he was promising to get corruption out of government. That's why I'm asking you, under President Trump, how much do you trust your government? Because that's what he promised to do, is to get rid of that stuff. But last but not least, I want to ask you also, do you see any cracks? Because the left is claiming that the MAGA movement is starting to show cracks and began to weaken. Do you see any weakening of the Trump administration? Obviously, we can talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We can talk about the fact that some Republicans sided with the Democrats, voting to release the Epstein files, voting to extend Obamacare's subsidies. So there are some Democrats. Now, bipartisan stuff can be considered as normal, but under Trump, you haven't seen much bipartisan. It's been do what Trump says. Well, that seems to be changing a little bit, and folks are claiming that President Trump's power is weakening, but I want to hear your opinion as well. And last but not least, we come with some receipts, because President Trump is saying things, and I want to question your take on it, such as, and I don't know why, for my TikTok audience, bear with me. It's going to take a minute to reset, because my device is turning off in the middle of the damn live, and I don't know why that is. So give me a moment. But for the rest of you folks, nothing will continue as normal. This is President Trump addressing the nation. Many of you folks are, I think everybody knows that the man addressed the nation a few days ago, but he said something imagine being able to, he said something in particular that I do want to cover because this is apparently a point of contention among many folks. So, and I want to get your opinion on this. If I can cue this piece up here when I get my device working.
$300, and for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation. Remember that the wages. Just look at it. Wages are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that.
Now, you said there's more people working now than at any time in American history. So that would obviously mean under President Trump, the unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been. There are more people working now than at any time in American history. He went on television and said that. So obviously we got to tackle that. And a quick follow up, because that is a hell of a thing to say.
They know what they're paying for them. So it becomes a bit of a challenge for really any administration when it comes to affordability.
It certainly does, David. And the president just there said that prices are coming down and fast. But the latest government data actually shows that consumer prices are up 3% compared to a year ago. And that trend isn't going in the right direction. That same data showing that prices have been ticking up for the past 5 months. Now, the president is right. Gas prices are down, but Americans are paying more for groceries. They are feeling that when they go to the grocery store. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the prices of groceries is up from a year ago, including on products impacted by Trump tariffs.
So I'm going to ask right off the bat: are these networks giving their analysis? Are they lying? Why is Trump stating that there are more Americans working now than ever before? I need somebody to explain that. Something definitely is up with TikTok. If you're watching me on TikTok, I may have to switch over. We'll see what happens, but YouTube seems to be fine. The other platforms seem to be fine, but yeah, TikTok is certainly doing something. But he's saying that more people are working now than ever before, which would indicate that the unemployment rate in America is now at its lowest point in history. Now, in the comments, I saw someone says he always has something to say, but Tim, when have you ever gave Trump credit where it was deserved? Well, first of all, is that what you believe this is? Him saying that there's more Americans working now than ever before. Is that how you hear this? Is he's just having something to say? I mean, if that's the case, then anyone that does not give Trump credit, maybe they're just having something to say too. I think you're kind of framing that. I think you're really, really downplaying what we're dealing with here. More Americans are working now than ever before is what President Trump stated. And he said, well, he always has something to say. Okay, I don't know what to go with that, but we're talking about Trump's week in review, and folks are suggesting that there may be cracks in the MAGA movement. I want to hear from you folks. What do you think? Paul says, because the gross number of people working is higher than ever before. Regardless of the unemployment rate, there are more people working now. Has nothing to do with the unemployment. Then why bring it up? Okay, you're saying, what you're basically saying is that in America, there are more human beings now than there ever has been. So because there are more human beings, there are more people working. So in other words, if we only had 200 million people in the country and 95% of them were working, which would mean, what would that be? Damn near almost all of them. But if it goes to 300 million people and only 80% of them are working, that's an accolade because more people are working. Talk about a play on words. Why bring it up? Everybody knows when we're talking about the number of people working, you're talking about the percentage of unemployment. Your unemployment percentages should have nothing to do with, well, there's more people in the country now. Talk about a play on words. And by the way, I don't think when Trump is saying that, everybody's thinking about the 4% that we had got up to under Biden, which was not a good thing. Trump has broken that. We're now up to 4.3%. Nothing to do with the population of the country. But I like the spin. Says A. Smith says, is that how MAGA is spinning this? That's how somebody is. That's absolutely how someone is trying to spin. Well, there's more people in the country, so more working. He's touting it as an accomplishment. He has nothing to do with more people being in the country. I mean, that was funny, though. That was kind of funny. But I will go ahead and I want to ask you guys something else that I don't get this. I'm baffled by this, and maybe some of you folks can help explain it to me. Because, I mean, it's been, what, 2 months? No, it's been longer than that. Charlie Kirk lost his life in September this year. And he's all over the news. I'm going to ask a simple question. Why is this man so popular? That's all I want to know. I don't have any clue why. And I want you guys to help correct me or help, not correct, but help educate me on this. What is it about Charlie Kirk? Why is he so popular? Why is he constantly dominating the news? Now, obviously, he was not dominating the news all the time before he passed away, but what has this guy done? What has he accomplished? Why? I mean, we're talking about naming facilities and buildings and roads and stuff after this guy. What has he done? Why is this guy so popular? Somebody educate me on what has he done? What is making him so popular? I'm going to ask you folks that the few of you on TikTok, wow, because I'm trying to prevent from switching over to a different platform on TikTok and going to the other page, but tap the screen. We need to get the likes up. Maybe it'll help out the algorithm. Program is MAGA friendly, always has been, always will be. But I don't get why on a Sunday the numbers are that low. I mean, I get the games are over with, but for some reason TikTok, after we talked about Epstein, it didn't like it. But tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We'll start taking callers. He was the only person that could reach young people for a Republican. I don't know about that. Katie Pavlich on Fox, and now she's on Newsmax. She's like 26. She's reached tons of Republicans. I don't know about that. There are young isn't there a group called the Young Republicans? There are plenty of Republicans that are younger. I don't know what Charlie Kirk was doing that is different from any other young conservative. I'd love to know. Other than he was willing to meet folks at college campuses. But I'm asking the question, why is he so popular? What did he do to be worthy of naming things after and folks giving him such a hero's welcome? So those are going to be our topics today, discussing Trump's week in review, because there's so much shit that happened this week, going all the way from the nasty messages about Rob Reiner to the plaques under the presidents, to renaming the Kennedy building and renaming Washington in general seems to be what he's trying to do. By the way, I wasn't going to discuss this, but this is more news. I don't know if I have it queued up. Yeah, I do have it queued up.
We've learned the United States has seized a second vessel off the coast of Venezuela. Sources say the U.S. Coast Guard, with the help of the U.S. military, carried out the operation in international waters. This is the second known instance of a U.S. interdicting a vessel near Venezuela in the past 2 weeks. The U.S. seized a large oil tanker called the Skipper on December 10th. The United States said the oil tanker was facing sanctions because of its ties to Iran. And
what the hell is going on what the hell is going on with our stance for Venezuela? First it's drugs, now it's tankers that have a connection to Venezuela. Are we just making up reasons to go after these people? I mean, we're all over the map at this point. So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell are we doing, because we have been speaking favorable of Russia since President Trump took office back in January. We've said all kinds of favorable things to Russia, including inviting them to America. And they got all sorts of ties to Iran. So what the hell is going on with Venezuela? Somebody explain that. Why are we seem to be going at them from all sorts of angles? We have certainly been favorable to Russia under President Trump's term. Tucker Carlson claiming it's a beautiful looking country, et cetera, et cetera. And Russia is being I believe some of the drones they've purchased have come from Iran. So why is Russia getting a pass, but Venezuela is being highlighted? Same thing with the drugs. We pardoned the drug kingpin, but we're claiming it. What the hell is going on off the coast of Venezuela? Because my humble opinion is some of this does not make sense. So we're going to go ahead and start the live. Tap the screen, get us up to 10,000. We're going to try to make this work. As always, this is an uncensored program where we don't block, ban, or censor any damn body. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program, but we are MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests when I can get MAGA on. We're still trying to figure out other ways. I think Zoom is going to be the way we go for taking additional callers, because I get a lot of MAGA in the DMs, in my comment section on some of my YouTube videos, and they do want to come up, and I absolutely want to talk to MAGA, but they don't favor TikTok and social media. So I get a lot of folks that say, I support Trump, fine, but I don't want to come up on TikTok. Do you have another way for me to call in? So if we can do it through Zoom, we'll do that. I've been asking some of them even in the comments, are you okay with Zoom or whatever? Because I do want to get more MAGA. If I could have my way, it'd be 50% of everybody. 50% MAGA, 50% Democrats, or better yet, 33% MAGA, 33% Democrats, and the rest would be independents. Be something like that. Anyway, looking in the comments, they don't favor blacks, King, says Sandwich Monster. I get it. There are some folks that don't favor blacks. I get viewers that don't favor whites. This is uncensored. You don't have to favor me for all I give a damn. You can be critical of anyone on this program, up to and including yours truly. It's about free speech. It ain't about who you favor. That's not how we do it. Looking in the comments, and the people of Russia are good. Barbara, appreciate the input. The people of most countries are good. The people are kind of powerless. It's the governments that the people of Iran are not trying to harm America. Most of them favor Hollywood, favor our entertainment industry, favor a lot of westernized customs. It's not the people. It's always the government. The people of Afghanistan are not bad. It's the government. I mean, that applies anywhere. International drug money laundering worldwide. We get plenty of reasonably priced oil. Okay, let me go straight to the box. Tap the screen. I need 10,000. It'll help out the algorithm. In fact, it's helping out a little bit now. I need you guys to tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll go straight to the comments. We'll bring up Baxter. Yeah, just get the drug boats. The oil doesn't belong to us. Well, when you're pardoning drug kingpins while bombing drug boats, that leads to obvious questions. Are you really against drugs? I'm hearing MAGA, for instance, celebrating Trump bombing these drug boats. They're very quiet on him pardoning the drug kingpin. Why is that? If you truly don't want drugs in this country, why would you be silent on him pardoning someone that put 400 tons of cocaine in the country? MAGA is relatively silent on that. I'm trying to figure out why. When oil is out of favor, it will be technology. Yeah, I saw that in the comments. Let me move back up, because he didn't pardon the kingpin. That's not true, Gen X. You have to come on up, Gen X. I'd bring you up. Let me go back to the box to the next caller, but he did pardon the drug kingpin. You're wrong on that. Gangsta Grandma, good evening. Welcome to the program. Warrior Spirit Energy says silence is golden.
That fat fuck just said he didn't pardon a kingpin. That fat fuck where did you say that?
Gen X said Trump did not pardon the drug kingpin.
Yes, he did, you fucking special ed dropout, you fucking numbnuts. Like, what the fuck, man? See how dumb they are? They believe everything is right in front of their face. He did 2 of them.
Well,
let
me ask you this. Why do you think MAGA's silent on that? The guy got 43 years in prison. Trump pardoned him. He only got 1 year because of Trump. And MAGA's not saying anything about this in the middle of a drug war.
Because the numbnuts, the fucking dumb nut asses, that's why he said he likes the uneducated. They don't give a fuck. As long as, that cock is all deep in their throat and they taking it up the ass, they don't give a damn. That's how dumb these motherfuckers. This racism is very expensive. They voted for this man for racism. You know what I mean? If they did it, then why the fuck did you guys vote for him? Because he's not doing shit for none of us. Our insurance is going to go through the roof next month. And people think, no, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
Well,
Oh, hell, yes, it is.
when you say Trump is not doing anything for any of us, some would cite that he's made it so that my daughter is not playing against a boy in sports.
Oh, shut the fuck up about that, man. Get off your knees, man. Is that cock really tasting good? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. The boys can't play in girls' sports. Oh, he did that. Get the fuck off, man.
No, but...
you know what? Let me tell you something. That's how ignorant you fucking are. And you shouldn't even have a platform if that's how ignorant and you're spewing hate. Do you know girls play boys' sports all the damn time in high school? My grandbabies play boys' sports. So you're saying that my grandbabies can't play boys' sports. There isn't no boys playing girls' sports. That's in your figment of your imagination. Do you know how many people is playing sports that are trans? 10!
Well,
10 people!
but thanks to Trump, it won't become 11. Listen to
Oh,
this.
shut the fuck up,
Listen-
man. That's all you are. That's how dumb you fucking your black ass is. You're dumb, man. All you are is fucking spewing hate. Well, I'm supposed to be a fucking ally. Oh, he did something good. Get the fuck out of
Okay,
here.
listen, and it's interesting, as much as you're tearing into me, Diamond in the comments says win grandma, but right above Diamond, Carl says shut up, bitch. Let me
I
just...
got your bitch though, Carl, and let me tell you something too. I guarantee you with your fucking maggot ass face, you would never say that to my face. Because you know what? I'll give you a smile that you'll never fucking forget and have you on a damn t-shirt for your mommy.
Okay, well, we don't want to hurt anybody. Let me just say this. They already...
I gotta be nice.
God.
I gotta be nice. I gotta be nice, Tim. Let me be nice.
I don't think it's you. I'm starting to think it's me. Because I do have a hater. It's happening every damn show nowadays. I think it's me. I think, see, there we go. Nothing was said. Absolutely. And listen, let me just go ahead and move the show on. Apparently, TikTok dropped Gangsta Grandma. That's why I was starting to talk funny in the middle of our conversation. And she said, I got to be nice because we were getting violation warnings in the middle of the conversation. But somebody's reporting this show often because it's happening every time I go live. Look, our fan base is growing somewhat. I appreciate that on both sides. Getting MAGA viewers, getting liberals. We're all meeting in the same place, no censorship. But there are people that do not like the fact that we are growing. I mean, it's as simple as that. Even when I go to MAGA lives, and thank you, Big Dog. Appreciate the TikTok cap. Help your boy out there, folks who are watching, reach that TikTok cap goal. Big Dog always shows love. Thank you, Big Dog. But even when I go to MAGA pages, because that's where I'm generally at. If I'm not doing my own show, I'm somewhere conversating with MAGA because I prefer to be in those pages for the conversation. And even they criticize me for growing. You know, I don't like. You know, they give me millions of reasons for why they don't like it. The N-word, it colored, all that stuff is thrown around. I'm thick-skinned, but it does lead to shit like what we're talking about. People reporting stuff. Anyway, looking in the comments, you know, crazy. I said the N-word gets thrown around because I'm mentioning that, and right while I'm saying it, somebody's in the comments trying to type it. It's crazy. I don't know. Now, maybe it's a bunch of liberals that are calling me the N-word. I don't know. But every show I do, we get at least one or two viewers that yell out the N-word. We don't normally discuss it on the show, but I just want to make sure you know it does happen. It absolutely does happen, particularly in my comments on YouTube. Oddly enough, that's where most of my mag is. Anyway, looking in the comments, let me continue on with the show. I think what it did is, okay, we'll continue on with Jeremy. Good evening, Jeremy. Pure Survival says, Audrey, is that what it is? I can tell you right now, MAGA will report you in a heartbeat because they don't want to hear anything negative about their boy. Yeah, I was under the impression that liberals, hold on a second, Jeremy. I was always under the impression that liberals were the ones that were about cancel culture until I started affiliating with MAGA. Yeah, MAGA will cancel you too. There's no denying that if you say something that MAGA don't like, they're just as willing to engage in cancel culture. Think Taylor Swift, think the Dixie Chicks. You know, think anybody on the left that has said shit that MAGA will engage in cancel culture. And before we start, Jeremy, the handsome conservative, I always support the handsome liberal. Thank you, thank you, handsome conservative. All right, Jeremy.
Tim, how are you doing?
Huh?
Have you been?
I've been here, but shit, it's been a rough go at it. It's been a hell of a week for Trump.
Do you just like having a ball gag in your mouth and getting whipped by gangster grandma for no reason?
Gangster,
like she doesn't even usually give good critiques of anything or have anything intellectual to say. She usually just yells into the ether like, you flapping.
Well, listen, gangster grandma is passionate in her opinion, just like a lot of MAGA are often passionate. She's a bit more eccentric with how she states her point, but
sounds like she does a full line of passion before she gets up here.
Okay, so I get it. You have an affection towards gangster grandma.
Well, she is free entertainment, so what can I say?
All right. Fair enough. So I want to ask the question with President Trump during the address. I've played some of this, but before we get into why this other guy's so popular, I want to. Why is Trump with his address to the nation clearly against what virtually all the economic analysts are saying? The guy's claiming that more people are employed in America now than at any point in history. No one agrees with that. Why is he going on TV and saying this stuff?
Simple. National security.
What do you mean?
Okay, so he's realized that he has to actually let the economy kind of go on a dip for a little bit and then come back because, let's be honest, what happened during COVID? Supply chains shut down. And where do most of our stuff come from? Foreign assembly lines. And that's a huge national security risk. It's no secret that China is not one of our friends. Let's be honest. They've never liked us. They've always had a very, well, you're good for business kind of relationship with us. And honestly, it would not be surprising if they try to invade Taiwan. So, naturally,
you think they would do it under Trump, the guy who claims nobody did anything, nobody created any wars under me?
They're itching to do it.
You think they would do it under Trump, though?
They would probably do it at the tail end of Trump's legacy, at the tail end of his presidency, so that way they could get away with it, because they think they could probably hold off America for at least a little bit. They could definitely, if we do not bring back manufacturing and construction and the trades back to the States, they could definitely do that. I mean, look at how much Trump has been pushing for the trades to come back and to get people into the trades. It makes sense.
I want to continue this conversation with you, but while we're talking, things are going on. We're talking about Taiwan real quick, but in the comments, Survive 2025 asked the question, why doesn't Trump have any black people in his administration except for tokens? And another viewer, Funny Handle, says, why the fuck would he put black people in his administration? How do you view something like that?
Honestly, I think, it sounds like two idiots talking to each other and talking over each other. In my personal opinion, I don't really care whether he has black people in there or not. I just don't care. Because to me, the one thing that matters is qualification. If we were to flip a coin and have every single president truly only put people they think they are qualified in there, I would think that there would be a small number of black people in there because there's just fewer black people in the United States than there are other races.
Well, zero though. We're talking zero though.
Yeah, but the guy said tokens. So,
but I'll tell you this though. Because you say if people put in folks that they thought were qualified, it would be a small number, and I agree with that. But when you look at what America does, when you leave it up to the American people to decide who they want to put in that leads them, there's a fair bit of black politicians out there. In fact, out of the top 10 largest cities in America, most of them are ran by black administrations. Chicago, Houston, freaking LA, most of these towns are ran by black people. Huh?
Tim, Trump is a Republican, remember that?
And?
Yeah, you're talking mostly Democrats. We're talking mostly Democrats.
So in other words, it's not about if a president decided who's qualified. It's what about if a Republican president decided who's qualified?
Yeah, but hold on. Look, you can sometimes flip some Democrats, or at least think they're reasonable, like Tulsi Gabbard and stuff like that. But on some level, if you and the other person you're working with are so at odds that you have no overlapping political beliefs, how are you going to get anything done?
That's a good point, but it leads to the obvious question. Why is the Republican Party so at odds with black people?
Well, mostly propaganda.
All these years, just propaganda.
Well, it's hard. Yeah, well, it's hard to look at what the Democrats promise. Free shit.
What do
That's
the
that's
what
their
do
main
the
platform.
Republicans promise?
Responsibility and reality.
So you're saying under a Democratic administration, there's no responsibility and no reality.
That's not there. There's not. Very, very, very rarely is there.
But yet we're both discussing Trump talking about numbers that are not based on reality, right?
Yeah, well, again, Trump is trying desperately to get people to not disapprove of him because he realizes that we need national security.
But here's what I don't get. He's pardoning every damn body, including we see what happened on January 6th. You're talking about responsibility, yet this guy's pardoning all sorts of criminals. You're talking about reality, yet this man says all sorts of things that is just fabricated out of thin air. What do you mean by responsibility and reality?
Well, I'm talking about Republicans as a whole. Like I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't think Trump's a true conservative.
Okay, so in other words, you say responsibility and reality, you're excluding Trump from that statement.
Yeah, he's more like a soft-core cafeteria Republican. You know what I mean?
Are you saying he's a rhino? Are you suggesting that Trump is a rhino?
I wouldn't say rhino. Rhino means completely fake. Completely fake. I think he has started to adopt some conservative beliefs, but I really don't think he ever fully transitioned. I don't think he ever came over to the fun side. You know, he never.
Yeah, I personally tend to agree with a lot of. I don't think Trump is a Republican. I think he's a populist. I think Trump is. Because he's not into fiscal spending. Republicans tend to be for small government. He's clearly willing to use the federal government to do anything he wants to do. So he clearly he's not for states' rights either. If your state is not doing what he thinks it should be doing, he's going to override your state. So he's not for states' rights. He banned bump stocks. He's on the record as saying you don't need a 30-round magazine or what. He's not necessarily pro-Second Amendment. The Republican Party is Christian. He is not very Christian at all. Yeah, I don't get it.
3 wives, right? 3 wives.
Yeah. Multiple baby mamas. He sounds like Tyrone more than he does some white dude.
He sounds exactly like what Uncle Ruckus would have lost his mind over.
Yeah. So I don't get it, but they do. And somebody said he pardoned a narco president, but bombed a smuggler's boat. Yeah, I don't get it. To me, there's so many areas where Trump doesn't fit what a traditional Republican is. I guess I would ask you, as somebody that voted for him, why do you think people feel like he is more Republican than any Republican president we've ever had? They're saying the guy is the greatest of all time.
Well, because at least in his first term, even though I don't truly think he fully went true Republican at the moment, what he promised, he actually was willing to say much more bluntly than anybody else, and actually made real steps towards like accomplishing said goals. So like the wall, he never finished the wall, but he actually got it started up and actually built it. That would have been like a talking, like most conservatives would have been like, well, maybe a wall would work, but I just want to put more security on the border. They wouldn't even touch it. He was like, I will make a wall and make Mexicans pay for it. Like, God damn, dude.
Yeah. I actually do agree with you. I think that part of the love for President Trump is based on his accomplishments from his first term. It's just like when Mike Tyson fought Jake Paul recently or earlier this year, and everybody thought Mike Tyson was going to be competitive because they were basing him on what he did in the past. I think that's what's happening with Trump.
Huh? Yeah, in his prime, right?
Yeah.
Mike in his prime, which, let's be honest, Mike in his prime would have obliterated Jake.
Right. Well, he just got obliterated by some other guy yesterday. But yeah, I think that's what's happening with Trump is that the Trump of the first term is why so many people that voted for Trump like him. But he's not delivering in the second term what he was in the first term.
Yeah, I know, and that's unfortunate. And honestly, I really thought that he would have learned from his first term and gotten better. That's what I was hoping for. That's why I voted for him. I thought, okay, so the Trump of the first term was pretty good, not perfect. Some things I didn't like about him, but hey, he did pretty good. What about a second term where he's had like a full 4 years to rethink his strategy, and he starts announcing all these people I like, and he starts saying things I like, and I'm like, all right, this is the Trump that's learned, and I'm like, oh fuck, he's not doing half of what he said.
So how do you respond though? Because obviously in Trump's first term, one of his biggest accomplishments was the economy. But I got folks in the comments right now, such as Seiko Love is saying that Republicans should be thankful for Obama, because a lot of folks suggest that the only reason Trump had a really good economy during his first term was Obama. His second term, the economy is not good because Biden didn't leave him a great economy like Obama did, and he doesn't appear to be turning it around, some would say. So how do you respond to that?
I think he needs to go back to high school.
Trump does.
No, the person who was commenting that.
Oh, well, why do you say that?
Because they're clearly economically illiterate.
So you don't think that Obama left him a good economy?
Obama left him an okay economy. It wasn't anything special. It wasn't much better than Bush. Honestly, I look at Obama and Bush. I'm like, oh, so one's slightly darker than the other.
Wow, really?
I'm gonna straight up say it. That something nobody wants to say. They're a uniparty. I don't really feel like either one of them has like been significantly better than the other. 8 years of Bush and then 8 years of Obama was like, oh, you get a slightly different flavor of the exact same dish. It didn't feel like much.
So so you voted for Trump. Let's go with his first term, because you're admitting you don't like his second term too, even though you voted for him. What did you see so much different, better, brighter, and more exciting in Trump's first term rather, than you got from the Uniparty guys?
The Uniparty guys. Well, number one, he got rid of a lot of stupid regulations that did not need to be in our economy. I like that.
Give me a couple examples. I'll let you continue, but give me a couple examples. What regulations did he get rid of?
Well, remember he was trying to get rid of the Trans-Pacific Partnership or whatever that was, like the Trans-Pacific Partnership. You know, the one that makes it so that way we have to be all kind to Mexico and Canada when it comes to our trade.
You mean like NAFTA?
Yeah, NAFTA.
Why don't you like NAFTA? North Atlantic Free Trade. What is it? North Atlantic Free Trade. I don't know. Okay, so why don't you like that?
Yeah, I don't like it because it doesn't respect it. I know people are going to get angry at this. Okay, I want Canada to succeed. I want Mexico to succeed. I want America to succeed more than I want those two other countries to succeed. I'm sorry. I am America first. Okay, I may not be a Nick Fuentes simp. Okay, but I definitely think if you live in the United States, you should put America first, okay? Just like this is part of the reason why I don't like Ben Shapiro, because he clearly lives in the United States, but he's an Israel simp.
Shit, you got Trump just had you admitted you're not favoring Trump his second term, but Trump was just holding a press conference about 2 or 3 days ago where people were touting him as America's first Jewish president. Israel loves the guy. They even named places in their country after him. So you talk about Ben Shapiro, Trump is hardcore pro-Israel.
Yeah, I know, and I don't like that either. Again, this is not the same Trump we had. Did you know that there was actually an ad where Trump was making fun of the Jewish AIPAC connections that I think Hillary Clinton had in the first election, and then it got quickly taken down? Yeah,
Trump will do anything until it benefits him to do the opposite. I mean, there's so many things that President Trump has criticized other people for doing: being on the internet too much, playing golf too much, taking gifts. All of these things that he had a problem when Obama and other folks did it. The minute it starts benefiting him, he suddenly has a difference it changes his whole tune on it. The people we associate with us, he didn't like folks being, Hunter Biden making money off his dad's name. All of this stuff he had a problem with until he started doing it.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. And again, I thought he was going to be better this time. I thought he's going to be everything that was good about the first term and going to fix everything he did wrong in the second term. And he just wasn't. He really dropped, honestly, I think the biggest, he is one of the first Republican presidents to win the popular vote.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I actually think that President Trump had the power to be the best president we've ever had because he has such a large amount of people that are already following him. He got blacks and Hispanics and all of them to come to his side. He just got in there and decided I'm just going to be cruel to a lot of people that voted for him. I mean, you see what the Venezuelans and Somalis, some of them folks voted for him. And he just decided I'm going to say fuck a lot of people that actually voted me in office.
Yeah, well, here's the thing with like the Venezuelan government. I don't respect the Venezuelan government, and I don't respect drug dealers. I don't, because I shouldn't.
So why is he pardoning kingpins?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, Tim. That's a very good fucking question. That's a very good fucking question right there. Why is he doing that? You know, and here's the thing. Make no mistake, these are narco-terrorists. People don't want to admit that, okay? It's not the selling of the narcotics that makes them terrorists. It's everything that they do with the money. Kidnapping, extortion, public executions, taking over entire towns, creating roadblocks.
But here's what I don't understand, Jeremy, because let's be clear. There's nobody in America being forced to ingest drugs. We're purchasing the product voluntarily. So if you think that, let's look at it like this. If you believe the cartel is narco-terrorists, as you're talking about, because of all the stuff they do, you would have to go after all the people that are aiding and abetting them. There's a ton of Americans that work for the cartel in this country, moving their product and all of that. Why aren't they being called terrorists as well? Because without them,
should be.
There's politicians involved with it. There's border security involved in it. I mean, I think, to me, it looks like we only want to go after the Venezuelans, because if we catch anyone in this country dealing drugs, we're not going to execute them on the spot. We're just treating the Venezuelans differently for some reason.
Honestly, if they're helping the cartel in any way, if that's how they're doing it, I think they should be tried for treason.
Tried, not just killed on the spot.
With the courts, yes, and not like what we're doing with the boats. And again, we could legitimately be only hitting actual narco boats, and like I think the submarines were probably legitimate. Because most people aren't going fishing with a submarine.
I don't disagree with that, but when you look at the environment, when you look at the controversy, there is absolutely, and you look at the oil tankers being seized, there is absolutely no doubt that we had other options other than just blowing it up at sea, putting the drugs into the environment where they could harm people. For all we know, kilos of fentanyl may show up on somebody's shores, or some beachgoers may open it up and die from it. I mean, all of that didn't have to happen. You actually could seize this stuff as opposed to just blowing it up. And you could find out all of that stuff, prove your case to the world, and not go through all of this.
Yeah, I know. Oh, also, I did want to go after some of the people who are like trying to side with. This is the dumbest take I've ever heard. So people will like defend the people who are like the narcos, the narco terrorists, as a way of opposing what President Trump is doing. It's like you don't have to do either one of them. You can say what President Trump is doing is wrong, is the wrong way to do things, but still say that narco terrorists are bad. Like, to anyone in the comments who thinks that these people are like good people, okay, I just want to let you know about something, okay? There's a documentary called American Mirage by Lauren Southern, and she does a good job of showing what kind of thing these people are. The Gulf cartel,
they're bad people, but I'm going to just be honest with you. If you rip off some meth dealer that's making product in the backwoods of Louisiana somewhere, he gonna come and kill your ass too. We talk about the freaking the fucking cartel, how they'll give you Colombian nut ties and all the stuff they'll do to you. But if you rip off an American drug dealer, they gonna come and fuck you up too. It ain't like they're any less sympathetic.
It's not just about like murdering people. It's the fact that these people take over entire towns. They will literally set up roadblocks that are illegal and kill cops. These are people.
You don't think American dealers do all the same shit? If you go try to sell meth on some dude's territory, same shit gonna happen. Just because he's not in the middle of the street with a car, I mean, he's doing the same stuff.
They don't just do that. They also take over like entire legal industries. They actually do shit. It's like they actually do shit like one of the ways that they've actually started making money is by literally hostilely taking over oil refineries. And
I don't think you realize that the Italian mafia, for instance, taking over unions and taking over projects, same stuff. And President Trump, as a real estate mogul, used to work with the mafia to get buildings and shit built. When he tells you I had an ice skating rink built quicker than anybody else can do it, yeah, because you work with the people who got through, were able to cut through the union red tape and all of that, because you paid off the right people. He's worked with the people he's talking about.
Yeah, but the one know what the mafia probably never did for the most part?
Go ahead.
They probably never ran an entire train that is now known as the grape train, minus the G, where like if you were trying to get to America, they would grape and horribly. I can't say the word.
I'm just going to tell you this, Jeremy.
Many women, including underage girls.
I'm just going to tell you this. I'm just going to tell you this. The mafia in America they would qualify as a terrorist group, just like you're saying the cartel does. People feared them. Business owners feared them. It was the same stuff. They were terrorizing. They were setting places on fire, killing families, doing all the same stuff. And as I stated,
20s. Mostly in the early 20s.
Hell no. You think you think John Gotti and all them go back to the 20s?
No, hold on. Tim. It wasn't just it's not just about committing murder, okay? What separates a terrorist from a regular or everyday criminal? Terrorists are much more public and much more aggressive on a much larger scale.
That's not the definition of terrorism is just simply using fear as a weapon. The mob was doing that. American drug dealers do that. I don't know why we're trying to make the Venezuelan or the cartels. And by the way, we're only going after Venezuelan cartels. We're not going after the ones in Mexico and other places where they're more known to be. What Trump is doing We should. Yeah, but we're not doing that. So it's pretty clear whatever Trump is doing has a different agenda, and he's just lying to make you say, well, going at the drug dealers is a good thing. If you were really going at the drug dealers, you wouldn't be pardoning them. You would go, like you said, we'd be going after the ones in Mexico. What he is doing is clearly lying about something, but he's convincing you enough, not you, but people, convincing them enough that they're willing to go along with it. I got to move it on, but I think the way you viewing the mob and some of those things is a little bit, I think you're downplaying it, Jeremy, but I got to move it on, man.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too. By the way, tap the screen and get the lights on up. Take those pictures down from your back wall. You are a Democrat. Well, the pictures are who is in power. Let me say it like this. You want me to take the pictures down? Then vote a Democrat in office. The picture is just of the vice president and the president. The same pictures will be up with whoever you put in there. Show up and vote. That's all I'm saying. You put a Democrat in there, that's what will be up. The cartels are attacking Trump because he's rescheduling cannabis. I don't think Trump has a problem with the cartels. I really do not. I think Trump has a problem with Venezuela. This has nothing to do with the cartels. It has nothing to do with drugs, because Venezuela is only one country out of a host of countries that is doing this stuff. If he really had a problem with the cartel and drugs, his operation would be expanded way beyond Venezuela. In fact, to get to Venezuela, you're passing up countries that are putting more drugs in America, has a bigger cartel presence. It's not about drugs. It's not about the cartel. Real quick in the comments, it's got to do with oil, says Johnny Utah. Look, oil may be the gain from it. In my opinion, it's got more to do with Maduro. Trump does not like the current leader in Venezuela, so he's going to make up every excuse to make life in Venezuela miserable until he gets rid of that guy. That's what I think it is. Let me continue on real quick. I want to apologize for missing a couple comments. Handsome Conservative says, if they try to invade Taiwan, it would be World War III. I'm not certain of that, Conservative. I'm not, because under President Trump, I think Trump is not a fan of war unless it's a war he created. I'm not certain that President Trump could be relied upon, for instance, if Article 5, Article 25, whatever, when one NATO member country is invaded. I'm not certain that if Russia decided to go beyond the Ukraine and strike Poland or Romania or some of the other NATO member nations, I'm not certain that Trump could be relied upon to come to the forefront and fight with the rest of the NATO member nations. And I'm not certain he would jump up to protect the Taiwanese either. Keep in mind, this is the dude that is really going against brown and black immigrants, saying that they're in shithole countries and things like that. I don't think he favors the Taiwanese. So I'm not for sure. And I'm going to say I disagree that it would be World War III under the Trump administration. Now, it could be the rest of the NATO member nations jump up to protect Taiwan, and China is taking all them on and things like it could end up as a major world outbreak from that standpoint. But I don't think Trump would take on China to defend Taiwan. I don't believe that. Diamond Bulldog, thank you for the Canadian support. Thank you. Says, imagine releasing the Epstein files being so guilty that you have to hide some more files. Look, the writing is on the wall as clear as day. And I'll go to the next caller. Tap the screen, get us up to 25,000. The writing is on the wall clear as day. Trump does not want what's in those files to be public. Fill in your own excuse, your own reason why he doesn't want it. But there is no denying that President Trump is the primary reason it's so hard to get to the bottom of what's in those files. Is it Trump himself in the files? Many say no. Many say that if he was in the files, the Democrats would have released them and all of this other. I don't know if he's in the files or not. I think Bondi or somebody said he was in the files, but he didn't harm anybody. Ghislaine Maxwell said that he didn't do anything, but then again, she's in minimum security prison now, so she clearly was rewarded for something. And of course, he's not telling us why they did that either. I'm just going to say it like this. Trump is so on the other side of transparent when it got, I don't know what my mind is not working right, but whatever the opposite word to transparent is, when it comes to the Epstein stuff, Trump is that word. I can, lacking clarity, whatever the opposing word is. Somebody let me know in the comments, but whatever the opposing word is to being transparent, Trump is that in regards to the Epstein files. So I don't know why he's doing it, but he's absolutely doing it. From the moment he took office, he's yelled out on the internet, stop talking about Epstein, and he's just been really doing what he can. I don't even know if discretion is a good word. I think he's just being resistive, just resisting. I don't want anything about that. I don't even want to discuss it, is what he was saying. He called it a Democrat hoax. He does not want us to get to the bottom of that. I think that's pretty clear. Please don't ask Jeremy about Black American issues. He's not even from this country, says me. Well, me, I wish I'd have got that. I wish I'd have responded to that while me and Jeremy were talking, but he can respond to issues pertaining to the Black community. I mean, a lot of Blacks talk about issues pertaining to the white community. We all talk about issues about other countries. Why can't the man speak about what's going on in the Black community just because he's not Black? Let me go back to the box. Epstein victim said publicly that Trump wasn't involved. Didn't just look, it's at some point, I'm gonna look at it like this, and I'll go to the next caller at 25,000. Tap the screen. A lot of lazy thumbs in here, but I'll just say it like this. I don't know if you get much credit if you're not in the files, but you're helping people that are. I mean, does it make you look better if you can say, I'm not a pedo, but I just helped a few of them out? Like the hair club for men, I'm also a client. I mean, but what he is doing is clearly helping out people that have abused folks. What he is doing by keeping that whole list secret and hidden, he's clearly helping out folks that have done that. So does that make him look better? If he say, well, I'm not one, but I thought maybe this other guy that would get caught up in it, maybe he's a valuable person to his country, or, he has a young family and I don't want him taken to prison. I mean, some excuse for why he's protecting somebody else. But it's hard to imagine that he's not at the very least protecting somebody else that's been involved in it. Not to mention he ain't doing shit for the victims. Nothing. He ain't helping them out at all. I mean, I don't think any of the victims favor what Ghislaine Maxwell's life is looking like now. He's helped out one of the abusers. So he ain't done shit for the victims. Anyway, going back to the box, opinions are like assholes. We all have one. You are correct there. I think that says fired up. By the way, what you're saying is an opinion as well. America run out of silver. Trump is looking like one every day. You're saying Trump is looking like a pedo? How? Entire NATO is nothing without America. NATO forces all together without America equals 3 to 350 million people, while America is 175 to 200 million, meaning Russia and China would wipe NATO out without America. That is absolutely false. We live in a day and age where technology matters. Just simply having people without any technology, that's not true at all. I mean, I would tell you that NATO, just a few countries, let's take France, maybe the UK and Germany, they probably could wipe out most of Africa. And there's far more people in Africa than there are in those three countries. It's the technology. And you're naming how many millions of people they got. If you got nukes and they don't, it don't matter how many people they got. You're overlooking the fact of what a military jet can do, what an aircraft carrier can do. Just having people with an AK-47 in their hand ain't gonna do shit. Let me go back to the box now. They got more people.
I love you, my little handsome buttercup. Right. I gotta be nice, my little butterball.
All right, we'll get a little time since they didn't like you coming up. But you heard now. Jeremy tells me that you come up here and just spew garbage.
You know what? Tell Jeremy kiss my black ass. How about that? He don't know shit about the black community, so he needs to keep his white tea ass out of my black community. Okay? Because they're coming for him next. National, all his little citizenship, he thinks he's all big and bad. They're coming for him next.
Well, Trump hasn't said anything about Egypt.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. No, yes, he has. Yes, he has.
Well, if I'm correct, Jeremy was born in America, though, was he not?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Because I think, wait. No, Jeremy's from Colombia. He's not from Egypt. He's from Colombia. MAGA Reacts is from Egypt. Okay. So
yeah, they both are. They're not from here. FAFO, bitches.
But
they're coming for their citizenship. And just because they think their mama's not going to stop them, oh, yes, they're coming for them. They don't want nobody from them. And Colombia is a bigger D than Venezuela.
Yeah.
That's where all the cocoa comes from.
I'm in love with the cocoa. So you believe that Trump will ultimately come after folks who are actually citizens of this country? Do you think he can successfully do that, though?
They got one right. They have a United States citizen in custody right now. She was born here. They have her in custody right now.
I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, go look it up.
No, and Billy Wap in the comments, I saw that on Netflix. No, I have not seen Dave Chappelle's special just yet, but I did see it. Does it talk about what we're discussing now? So let me ask you this then. There has to be a reason they're giving for why she's in custody, right?
No, what reason does she have to be in custody? She's a United States citizen. What does her eyes have to do with anything? You cannot put us in no. She has a birth certificate and everything. They have her in custody. Yep.
Yeah, I actually posted that video. I'm wondering maybe they're claiming they don't know, or maybe they think it's like.
Come on, Tim, get off your knees.
Why would they pick? Wait. Why would they pick one person? If they really were going to do this, they would be doing it.
It's not just one person. There's been multiple people. Do you realize that this is not about who's documented and who's not documented? This is about cleansing. These motherfuckers voted for this shit. They voted for racism. This is one hell of an expense of racism. They're trying to cleanse black and brown people out of this country.
Well, you do.
Mexicans were here before the white man. Why can't the white T-man leave?
Well, first of all, you do realize you can't cleanse the whole damn country. There's too many whites in the country.
Don't say what they cannot do to the white T-man.
Hear me out. The reason I'm saying you can't cleanse the country of black and brown people, there's too many white people that like them, that make money off them, that are related to them.
Okay, the white man's liking us, but why are they not stopping up? Why are they still letting this shit go down?
Because they don't believe. They don't believe what you're saying. Maybe.
Oh my God, Tim, get off your fucking knees. Is that cock that damn good? Because, honey, I never had white cock before, and dick don't even make me go like this, twisting and going into a pretzel, even chocolate cock. I never ever pretzelize like how you're doing it. So get the fuck off your knees, man.
Okay, let me just make sure I get clarity while you're telling me I'm ingesting white cock. You're telling me that the aim of the Trump administration is to make the whole country white. They have.
He wants to so bad, Tim. He's okay. First it was only the criminals. Now he's going out. Now he's going to go after he's going to take citizenships away. He's going into courts, taking people away when they're doing the right thing. So when is it enough, Tim? When are you going to see that they're coming for you next? They're coming for you.
What?
They don't give a damn if you're Mexican or BK. They're coming for you.
Okay, what has Trump done or said to make you believe that an African American born in this country is at risk of being deported, I guess?
Let me tell you something. They're doing to the Mexicans that they did it before to the Mexicans in the 1910s and 1920s. Even in Texas, they was unaliving them. In Texas, the Mexicans. See, you don't know your fucking history, do you?
I think that some of this stuff may be propaganda.
Well, here, Mexicans were here, okay? They did it to black people and Mexicans. What makes you think they're going to stop at Mexicans, Tim, girly pop?
I think that, listen, I'm not saying that Trump is some guy who, I'm not saying that there's not reasons to have issues with Trump, but suggesting that he's trying to turn the whole country white is a bit strong.
Okay, Tim, get off your, ninjas like you.
What?
I wanted to say, well, what if I could, when it comes to the point when nobody's around, they're going to capture your fucking dumb ass. That's how ignorant. See, he likes ignorant ass people like you, Tim. He really does, because you don't believe that the white T-man can't do shit.
First of all, here's the problem. There are too many African Americans and brown and black people in government to even dream of doing this. I just don't see where you're getting this.
If that's true, then why are they not stopping it?
What?
Why are they not stopping it?
Because
the Democrats are trying to stop it, and we don't have power. But the Republicans are this.
They're not stopping it because they don't believe it's happening. In fact, I want you to
what the fuck you want to believe.
No, well, if it was happening, I think you'd have. If it really looked like Trump was trying to rid this country of Americans that are black and brown that were born here, I think you would have people trying to stop it. I think that people see it as you're overstating it.
Tim, you're a ratty raccoon.
What?
You're a fucking ratty raccoon, man. You really are. You truly are a fucking maggot. Because anytime, this is how fucked up you are. You'll push back on me, but you sit there and do this and giggle and TT and ta-ta to Jeremy. Well, all Jeremy did was misinformation. You was TT and doing that. Like, hey, Buttercup, come give me that white cock. Come on. You was buttercupping it. But me, you come and push against me. Well, I don't think he's doing it. I don't know.
God, they don't. I want you to hear this from President Trump. This is what.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. They don't like it, but I want you.
I didn't do nothing wrong this time. I didn't call nobody.
They just don't like you. But I want you to.
You know why? You know why? Because I'm spitting the truth. I'm spitting the damn truth. That's why they don't like me.
Okay, I want you to hear.
The white man don't like me.
I want you to hear this. This is why folks do not agree with what you're saying about trying to make America white.
Would I say that? When we have a protester inside, which isn't even very often, I say, be very gentle. Please don't hurt him. We had a case where we had an African-American guy who was a fan of mine. Great fan, great guy. In fact, I want to find out what's going on with him. You know what look at my African-American over here. Look at him.
Oh, my God.
Are you
Does that not show some love for the African-American community?
Really? Really? When he told the cops to knock us in the heads to get them in the cop cars, all right, Tim? Yeah, right?
Well, he wasn't.
Yeah, we're on a rally, tell them to rough us up when they were going into the cop cars. Oh, you forgot about that, right, Tim?
Okay, well, let me ask it to you this way. So, just in case I forgot, as you say, in the comments, someone wants me to ask you what the Democrats have done for you besides keeping you on the dough.
The CHIPS Act. And what is it called when they fix shit? I can't.
The infrastructure bill.
The infrastructure bill, okay? The CHIPS Act, and Biden did so much. Biden gave you gave to the black colleges, gave a hell of a lot more than Trump. Trump took it back, and then a black congresswoman had to step up and put it right back in. Oh, yes. Democrats have done a lot for us. Yes, they have. Yes. What has the Republican Party did for anybody? Not a damn thing. Name me one bill he has passed this year since he's been in office that helped us. Not one. Not one. He's lining his pockets full of money. Lining his family's pockets full of money. And he's selling us out.
Well, according to him, when you say what bill has he done to help people out, he's going to cite the big, beautiful bill.
That's not helping people. That's giving to the rich man. They're taking ACA away. That's going to hurt a whole lot of people.
What about the notion that in that bill, they're helping out military personnel with this $1,776 bonus?
Okay, let me break this shit down to you. That money was allocated from the Congress to give our troops resources for the housing. Trump didn't do that. Trump did not do that. That was already in the bill to give to the people for housing, our troops. So that's not, what the fuck are you talking about? Go look it up. That ain't no damn bonus.
I mean, I heard under his first term, black unemployment was at an all-time low. The man says
no, it wasn't. Yeah, if you really want to look at that shit, you really want to get technical. Unemployment was at 14%. Dumb numbnuts.
You're telling me under Trump's first term, unemployment was at 14%?
The unemployment was at 14%. Look it up. And then he lost a lot of shit. Okay, let me tell you this. And then when Biden came in, he came in with a disaster. He came in and got it from 9% in inflation to 2.4%. Now it's up over 3%. Go fucking figure, right?
Okay, while I'm going and figuring.
Yeah. Get that cock out your mouth.
Okay, while I'm going and figuring, I have to ask you this question. And if he done so much for the black community, why is it that when talking about Biden, if Biden done so much for the black community, why is it that when it came time to vote, the black community in the increasing numbers sided with Trump as opposed to Kamala Harris?
No, Pookie. Sit your negro ass down somewhere and let's get educated real quick. Over 92% of black women voted for her. Yes, they did.
That ain't what I'm saying.
Shut your fucking mouth up. Shut your fucking mouth up. Yes, only less than 20% of uneducated morons of our Negro side of the black maggots. Okay. They're the ones that voted for him. 89% of black men voted for her. So let's not get that shit twisted. Oh my God, they voted for him. No.
You did, okay. And Bree, appreciate the TikTok cap. Thank you folks that are helping me out. Thank you. Helping me reach that TikTok cap goal.
Because he likes being abused by a black woman.
Hold on.
Because he likes it like that.
Hold on. What I'm trying
He don't like uncooked protein.
What I'm trying to say is that I get most blacks voted Democrat, but what I'm saying is when Kamala Harris ran, the one I always hold the picture up.
Don't you say that she's not a good candidate, I'll roast your ugly ass.
She wasn't a good candidate, but that's not what I'm about to say.
Yes, she was. And you're not a fucking good black man. You ride for the white man, you dirty ass cockroach.
Let me say it like this in a language, because I'll take Trump out of it, because you're so focused on Trump. Folks are going to say you got TDS, but I want to say it like this. More blacks voted for this guy than they did this woman.
You know why?
Why?
Let me tell you. You know why that is? Because, see, the uneducated rereads we have in our side, the misfits of the black community, the ones that don't like to listen to a black woman, that thinking that, a black woman is going to sell us out, they ran to the white man. You know why they ran to him? Yes, master, you're going to give me, listen, you're going to give me $2,000. $2,000 to sell all of us out. $2,000. We don't want to listen to a beautiful black woman that would have put us in this situation. They want to listen to the yes master. Get those whips. Yes master. That's what they wanted to. The house ninjas.
I'm going to tell you.
They sold us out for $2,000. And guess what? Where's the $2,000 at? Where's the $2,000 at? I'm
going to say what you don't like, and that is Biden was a better candidate than Kamala Harris was. She was not a good candidate.
You know what? You know what I tell you about Kamala? She only had one 100 days to come up. They're so uneducated. She literally had to speak 5th grade language to the oxymorons. When she was speaking, the educated got her. That's why Trump says the educated people are mad at him. The uneducated likes him because see how he talks? He talks like a 5th grade level. My 6th grade, my 1st grader, he's artistic and he can't stand his ass. And you can talk proper to him, but you literally have to go down to a kindergarten level to talk to maggots. Because if you talk to them with some common sense and education like she was, saying, I'm going to give you $25,000 to get your new home, they didn't want to listen to that because they don't comprehend that she was for the people, not for the rich people.
I'm just going to tell you what I say often. I just believe that Kamala Harris was not authentic to the people.
She was very, you know what? I know you like your snow roaches, but your snow roaches ain't having your ass. They can't, you know what? You need to come back to the black side, okay? Come back to your sisters because your snow roaches ain't saving your black ass. How about that?
I didn't leave the black side. I kept my skin color.
No,
is
you
my
always
skin
say,
color.
I love me some snow bunnies.
Oh
I
my
said,
God.
You like snow roaches. Don't ever put a snow bunny down. They so cute. I have them in my front yard. Okay, they are white and snuggly. No,
They're
honey,
delicious.
the snow roaches stink like fucking booty, like this. They can't. Do you know? Today I went on a white teen woman's live. Do you know she said she don't bathe every fucking damn day? She only uses one wash rag. Who does that shit?
What are you trying to say? That whites have poor hygiene?
Uses only one wash rag. Like, don't you wash your face with one wash rag and then wash your coochie with a different wash rag so you won't like put like coochie juices on your face? That's some nasty shit, don't you think?
Maybe
I was like, God, that's a fungus. That's why they got yeast infections up in there. Have you seen it? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Maybe, listen.
That's the shit that you like?
Maybe,
you can keep their asses.
Maybe the coochie is so clean and precious that putting the
honey,
juices on the face.
Not the white ones.
Oh my.
Not the white ones. And then honey.
How do you? I got folks in the comments. I got folks in the comments right now. How do you respond to folks in the comments right now saying your ass is racist against white people?
If you think that's racist, saying that white coochie stanky booty, honey, so more power to you, my ninja. Because guess what? It do. Black coochie, chocolate coochie be melting in your mouth, man, and they be making you go through the walls and shit. But not no white one. They give you big GGs. You know what I mean? Like STDs, one and like, you know what I'm saying?
You got a real low.
Like chlamydia. Like you name every damn thing, they be giving it to your ugly ass.
You got a
but
real.
Yeah, that's why the black men love they sorry asses. They be giving their monies and stuff to them.
You got a real. You sound like you have a real low opinion of white people, gangster.
The white maggots, I do. Not the normal white tea people. They okay.
So only
I keep them at a distance. I don't fuck with white tea people like that. They are colonizers.
So what do you said? Only white MAGA women coochies think?
I guess so. They think fuck you guys. Have you seen that? They interbred, man.
Oh my God.
They're interbred. Interbred.
Like I always point out, Melania.
They don't even know who their mama is.
Like I always point out, Melania Trump, who is a white MAGA.
Her coochie was tore up.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was. God, Tim, see, that's why they said you're a fucking suck. That shit was tore up, the floor up. I love me some coochie, okay? But when I seen that picture, honey, I said, I'll never go there, never go there. I'll stay with black. Once you go black, you never go back.
Oh my God.
I never went there in the first place. I'll never go back. I will become a straight. I'll
You're
die.
losing us. Let me tell you something.
I would never.
Apparently, you're losing us votes and hurting the party. Joe Gonzalez, listen to the name. Joe Gonzalez says, and she represents the Democrat Party. LOL.
Let me tell you something. I represent that we don't like white coochie, okay? That stanky booty, okay? And not Melania Trump. She's in it for the money because who would fuck that? Okay? And then his ding-a-ling on top of that.
I saw Melania Trump's.
That's just bug
Hold on.
nasty.
I saw
Fucked up
Melania
for us.
Trump's. I saw her spread, and she looks just fine without.
Yeah, she looks just fine for you because you're a fucking sock.
What is a
Okay.
sock?
You're a fucking sock. You'll fuck anything. Men will fuck anything. At least our bisexual asses, our lesbian asses, we don't fuck anything. At least we got some standards. If it looks fucked up, it stinks like fucked up, we ain't touching fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, Melania Trump looks good enough to be a supermodel.
No, she really don't. No, she
Well,
really
she
don't.
was.
All that shit. Let me tell you something. All she is plastic. She ain't natural like a black woman is. A black woman don't have to go get titties and ass. See, we brought up like that because we got our greens and our pork chops and stuff. You know what I mean? All her little lettuce asses. Well, I gotta go get plastic here. I gotta go get plastic on my lips. I gotta get plastic on my ass. I gotta get plastic everywhere. She's all plastic.
Did you say pork chops compared to lettuce? Is that what did I hear that?
I'd rather have me a pork chop than a piece of lettuce any damn day. She's a plastic ass Barbie doll.
Listen,
and she's fucking ugly. At least she should have got a lift on her coochie. At least make it pretty. That shit was tore up.
Melania Trump is an attractive woman. You got her wrong.
No, she's really not. She looks like a beast on crack. Oh God.
Why do you hate her so much? She's done nothing to you.
Because you know why I don't like her ass? Because she rides with a racist mofo. She rides with a racist mofo, okay?
Oh my God. I think you're being judged. I think you're being overly
I don't
judgmental.
have to be a goddamn thing. You didn't get out to use for the white man before he fucks you really hard in the ass without lube, okay? Like, I like to get fucked in the ass, but I like it with lube, and at least I like it. You ain't gonna like it very well.
No, I'm not gonna like
doing
it.
that to me. Unfortunately, you like the white man say, yes, master. I don't do all that.
I'll leave it at that.
I love you, Tim. I gotta go.
All right. I'm about to call you Melania. All right, gangster. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Passionate caller. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly. Always have been, always will be. But we get more liberals on the program. I get it. But we certainly don't run for MAGA. We certainly invite MAGA. We don't limit your time. We don't try to dictate what you should say. You can be just as critical of anyone you want as MAGA, just like you hear liberals doing it. That's how free speech works. She talked like one tooth, says Jigsaw. What are you suggesting? She sounds dumb. Tell us something you ain't hear from someone else. Okay, well, we're moving the program on and looking in the comments, by the way, and tap the screen, get the likes on. Maybe that's what it is. We got folks in here. Tap the screen. We should be around 60,000 at least. We'll take the next caller at 55. She was a tough one. She is a tough conversation, Teddy. A tough interview. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We'll go to the next caller. Melania is complicit. I don't know if I agree with that. Listen, I understand if you don't like Trump, you're not going to like Melania. Just like folks who did not like Biden did not like Kamala Harris. I don't even think Kamala Harris is complicit to any great degree. A vice president doesn't do much other than break the tie-in vote. She's done that a couple times. Just like you hear folks really celebrating Trump's first term. How often do you hear them giving credit to Mike Pence for doing anything? I don't know if she's complicit. She's married to the guy. I suppose you believe that if you don't like what the guy's doing, you shouldn't be married to him. I mean, that's a different story. Let me ask you folks, could you actually find yourself wedded to someone that had opposing politics? If you are MAGA, would you be okay in a long-lasting relationship with the likes of a AOC type? If you are a liberal, would you be okay in a long-term relationship, possibly a marriage with MAGA? If you lean left, could you marry MAGA? Would you have any problem being in a relationship with MAGA? Just question. I'm just trying to see what your answers are. I see a lot of no ways. Wow, a lot of people said no way, huh? So politics would matter in your relationship. Tim, did you know Melania was introduced by Epstein to Trump? No, I did not. But I know they were all, I won't say a trio, but a quartet, because Trump, Epstein, Jazane, and Melania are together in a lot of pictures. So they were a quartet. They were very friendly to each other. Melania Trump told the late Barbara Walters, because she asked, how did you meet him? When she was interviewing the first lady, how did you meet him? And she said that she met Trump on a yacht party and he was with a different girl. And Trump snuck away from that girl and started trying to get Melania's number. She said she was hesitant to give it to him at first, but she ultimately gave him her number. So he approached her on some infidelity type shit. She fell for it. So it is what it is. She actually said that to Barbara Walters. Epstein wasn't a topic of conversation back then. I mean, this is going back. Wait a minute. He probably was, because he was already starting to get in trouble during the end of the Obama term, was he not? I don't know. But yeah, she said she met him while she was already on another party. He was already on another date. Anyway, looking in the comments, Mr. Obetta said, yeah, he was. Melania, you said it was a planned answer, Sheila? You think that was a planned answer? Well, locker room talk maybe? Melania was given to Trump. What the fuck? What do you mean she was given to Trump? Somebody just handed her over like a child in Cambodia? Get us up to 60,000. We'll take the next caller. Tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. By the way, we're here most weekdays, often on the weekends as well. If you enjoy dialogue from all sides of the aisle without the host trying to dictate how you should speak, limit what you're saying, or folks get blocked, banned, and censored. We don't do any of that here. We don't even have a moderator. And we're MAGA friendly. If you enjoy this, feel free to follow the program if you're currently watching us live on TikTok or Instagram or Facebook. And if you're currently watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Help your guy out also with the TikTok cap goal. Help your boy out. Helps out the algorithm as well. The last caller was high on crack. Says God Phoenix 66X. Well, she must smoke a lot of crack, because Gangsta Grandma's mindset is like that every time she comes on. So she has a really bad taste in her mouth for MAGA. And she's not the only one. I got folks that really feel the same way. Appreciate that, James Harper. A lot of folks that feel the same way when it comes to Biden and Kamala Harris and Obama. A lot of MAGA have a really bad taste in their mouths for them. So she's just on the other side. She done smoked all her teeth out, says Bree. I don't know about that. She has teeth. Funny the left love Trump. Every rapper made songs about him wanting to be him until he became president. That's true, Jigsaw. You hear that all the time. People really, the African-American community really liked Trump until he became president and suddenly he was a racist. Well, I'll tell you one thing. When you look at how Trump is governing America now and some of the things he's saying, Somalis are garbage, Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs, you think the rap community would have favored him if he was saying that stuff back then? Point I'm making is simple. Trump has changed the type of person he is than he was back then. He was associated with Jesse Jackson and Oprah and Al Sharpton. Now he refers to all of them as criminals and race baiters. He's a different dude. So, yeah, there was a lot of African Americans affiliating with Trump back then. But he wouldn't have been publicly known to hang around Bannon and Nick Fuentes and all of those folks. The guy he is now, they would have never hung around him back then. So it's a different guy. I mean, I get what you're saying, but he has changed significantly. Back then, Trump was identified as a Democrat. He was talking about assault rifles bans. He was talking about the economy is better when Democrats are in there. That's not the guy he is now. So what do you expect? He can change, but they can't. That's not how it works. He has changed his politics a lot since the 80s. He's a different dude. But I get what you're saying. He was actually playing politics during the first run. Well, whatever the case may be, if you change, let's say Marjorie Taylor Greene. You guys used to like her a lot until she wanted to get the Epstein stuff. I mean, people change. It is what it is. Trump can change, but everybody around him got to stay in the same stance. No, he's made a lot of changes. He liked Mike Pence 6-7 years ago. You don't like him now. You like General Mad Dog Mattis, General Milley. There's a lot of people that he liked that he doesn't now as well. So if he can change his mindset on other people, why can't they change their mindset on him? Back then, Trump was a Democrat and rappers wanted to live the lavish and rich, not necessarily share his values. They didn't know his values, Charles. They still want to live the rich and lavish life, But Trump's values back then are different than they are now. Look, George H.W. Bush is not poor. You never heard rappers talking about they want to be like him. I mean, so no, it ain't got nothing to do with just being rich and lavish. His views has a lot to do with that. Let me go back to the box. Are we almost at 65? We'll continue on with Bree. Good evening. Welcome to the program. I want to ask you guys something else before we bring you up. Bree, also, you can talk about what we're discussing. But also, because this guy's in the news so much, why the hell is this guy so popular? Why is Charlie Kirk so popular now? We weren't talking about this guy at all 5-6 months ago to this level. Bree, good evening.
Good evening. Why is he so popular?
Why is he so popular?
Of course, my dog's barking. I'm so sorry.
Is your dog is reaching a turning point, perhaps.
So I was actually a really big fan of his. So the reason that he's so popular is because he was silenced, right? He was silenced because of his opinions. And he had a massive following. He was bringing people in every day to his views and what he believed. And it was very Christian based, what he believed. He was very traditionalist. He was bringing a lot of young minds into that traditionalist value-based thinking, So typically, I feel like we see, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like I've seen liberals are able to grab the young minds a lot easier than
Why do you think that is?
the right are.
Why do you think that is?
I think because when we're young, and I can't say it was any different for me because I was probably pretty liberal whenever I was younger. I think that we have this mindset of we can save the world and everything just should be a certain way. Like I wanted to feed the world. I wanted everybody to have the same thing. I wanted to have health care for everybody and the government to pay for it. I wanted to have housing for everybody and the government to pay for it. And as I started growing up and getting out on my own and paying taxes and working and seeing others who weren't contributing, I started to realize the hardship that puts on other people and how it's just not feasible. And on top of that, I went overseas and I lived overseas in England, and I work in the medical field, and I experienced their national health system and how it's failed. And it's actively still failing as we speak, and people are losing their lives over there because of it.
Let me ask you that question. I'll give you plenty of time to answer, but let me ask you that question in regards to you going overseas. I don't know what era, what year you were there, but let's go back before Obamacare. Let's say the healthcare system under Bush and previous presidents. Do you believe the American healthcare system at that point was better than what they had in the UK?
I do. So I just got back not even 2 years ago from England, and so it's been rapidly failing since I got there. I was there for 6 years, and I worked in healthcare during the Obamacare era whenever it was implemented, and I saw how it was implemented and how it hurt our healthcare in America, right? I know how those premiums got to where they are now, right? Because everyone was forced into getting those premiums, and it gave the insurance companies that demand that they needed to be able to just price whatever they wanted, right? And the government said, you will have health insurance no matter what. And if you don't have health insurance, then we're going to fine you and we're going to hurt you even more.
Do you believe health insurance should be optional?
I do, absolutely. My sister was one of those people that couldn't afford it, and she got her taxes taken away. She got
So
fined
let me
under
ask.
Obamacare.
So I'm going. I clearly disagree with that. I'm going to tell you why, but I want to ask your question. So if health insurance is optional and I choose not to be insured, and then I go out and get hit by a bus or something like that, and I need to go to the ER and get life-saving care, do you believe I should be treated?
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
And the reason why,
Absolutely.
yeah, and the reason why I disagree with that is simple. It's just like with a car. If you're going to drive a car and you're putting the taxpayers at risk if you don't have some kind of insurance, because accidents, they do happen. So if you get into an accident and because auto insurance is optional, other people are on the hook for what you're involved in. Based on what you're saying, it's kind of the same thing. If I choose not to get insurance because you're saying it's optional, but then something really bad happens to me and I go to the ER, you're saying other people have to spend money to treat me because I didn't take out the proactive measure of insuring myself.
Not necessarily, because I still think that person should owe that debt. I don't think that
They're
that's
not going to be
something
able to
that
pay
the
it. Come on now.
taxpayers.
But Bree,
Well,
if
it used to count against the individual. It didn't, like, medical debt used to count against individuals in America. It wasn't just you can go to the emergency room, get treated, walk away, and that didn't follow you.
Yeah, but keep in mind, the average person that's going to choose not to have insurance is probably not earning much. I mean, somebody who's gainfully employed and making a good now, somebody working at Dollar Tree all damn day, they're going to probably opt out because they don't make much money. So if somebody like that gets hit by a bus, yeah, you can pin it, you can bury them under debt. You're never going to get it. I mean, I assume you want them to live the rest of their life having their pay garnished, but you're never going to get all that. You know how much it costs to go to the ER for a few days or something. You're just never going to get that back. And you want them buried under that debt.
I mean, it's hard for me to say not to treat them. Because I work in the medical field, and it kind of goes against everything that I believe in. I don't think that they should be out here getting, like, all the care life-saving measures. Yes. Should I send them to orthopedics to get this orthopedic surgery done that may improve their quality of life down the road? No, that's on you to figure out.
How is this not? We started out by talking about, how you like Charlie Kirk and does this sound Christian? I mean, you're talking about not improving their quality of life and all. I mean, you are Christian, right?
Yes, I also believe that life is about choices. We have free will to make choices.
Yeah, but you as a human being, do you have empathy for other human beings and the struggles they may go through?
Absolutely. I've been a human being that has not had health insurance before, and I've had to operate that way. Oh, 1 second. Go upstairs.
I think your dog wants you to have health insurance.
I do have health insurance now, and I've worked very hard to get where I am at today. But when I was younger, that wasn't the case. But we have avenues out there. I joined the military, right? Mm-hmm. I joined the military to get access to things that I knew that I wouldn't be able to go out and get through the civilian world on my own because of where I came from. I came from poverty. I didn't have a very good way out other than joining the military, right? College wasn't an option.
Right.
So I made the choice to go do that. And I got my health insurance. I got my college degrees. I did what I needed to do. That's a choice for everybody. Everybody has that option out there. So when I say life's about choices, there's always an option out there to go better.
Well, first of all, it's not, everybody can't join the military. Not either they
right.
Yeah, so everybody's not going to get health care through the military. And we know employer provided insurance, which is kind of the only other place you can get it, has been getting, even before Obamacare, the insurance you get through your employer has been downgrading each year. Every time they renew the policy, you're getting less coverage and your premiums and out-of-pocket costs are going up. So it was coming to a head whether Obama did something about it or not, because folks are trying to make more money. And the way they can make more money is to give you shitty policies and make you pay more of them. So what you got me confused on is suggesting that health insurance should be optional. You do realize that's going to lead to a lot of Americans who can't afford it, who think they're in good health right now, just opting out of it. Just like if you made auto insurance optional, a lot of people would drive around without insurance.
So it's not the same as driving an automobile, though. Like you have the option to drive an automobile. If you want to drive a car, you need to get insurance. That's the law, right?
Okay.
If you want to live, you don't need to get insurance. You just
Yeah, but
right?
yeah,
Like it's not my job to provide somebody health insurance.
but you just said when you say, and I'll let you respond to this. When you say that if they walk into the ER, they should be treated, then it is your job. You
life-saving measures.
That's going to cost a lot more, though, Bree. If you give them insurance where they can go to ER and make sure they're receiving high blood pressure meds or getting diabetes taken care of, you do know life-saving measures from diabetes or high blood pressure, may be a stroke or diabetic coma, where this may just be pills and medication. You're not giving them the low-level proactive stuff, but you're willing to deal with them with the expensive reactionary treatment.
Correct. And that's one of the biggest reasons that people end up in the emergency room when they don't have health insurance, is because their chronic conditions are not managed. And so they end up in the emergency room for treatment.
And then you want that environment.
They still can't management. No, what I want is for health insurance to be competitive again. I want them to compete for our premiums, right? I don't want it to be skyrocketed like it is. I want us to go back to the free market and us to be the demand that they provide us health insurance at a reasonable premium so that we can actually afford it and more people can buy into it.
What I don't understand is why...
And knowing that the government's not going to save their asses.
Yeah. I mean, what I don't understand is why folks think that the free market in healthcare is going to bring prices down. I mean, the price of an aspirin can vary widely from hospital to hospital. That's the free market. There's no government demanding you only charge a person a max of $2 for an aspirin. They can do whatever they want. That's why the prices are all over the place. That's the free market. I don't see how you think the free market is going to bring things down when that's kind of what's making it go up.
Because when you take away a massive amount of the insured individuals, because there's going to be a lot of people that just drop their insurance. They're going to. And you take that away from them, then they're going to look for people that are going to want to fill that. And they're going to start competing again more for our business. And then that's when you pit them against each other. It's no different than looking for homeowners insurance, right? I just did homeowners insurance and I competed 3 companies against each other. That's all you do. You go say, this one gave me this, here's the quote. This one gave me this, here's the quote.
What you're saying makes more sense if they compete against each other and then the person gets cheaper insurance and then goes out and buys it. But if you make it optional, people are going to say, I don't even want to spend $20 a month for healthcare. I'm healthy. I don't need any. What's going to end up happening when the amount of people that are going to the ER for life-saving care increases because more people are going to be uninsured? What is the adverse effect to that? More people are going for that expensive ER treatment.
I mean, they're already going for the ER treatment.
It's going to be more
right now anyway.
Yeah, but what we're talking about is going to cause more Americans to not be insured. So there's going to be more going than there are now.
I don't see it that. I mean, sure, but not in the way. I don't believe that they should be getting the treatment in the ER the way that they are now. Like, they should be getting life-saving measures, and that's it. And then sent on their way. And what they need to do from there is on them. If they come in and they're about to go into a diabetic coma, sure, we treat them. But if they come in and they're like, I'm out of my blood pressure medication, that's not a life-saving measure that we need to treat right then.
So you just send them off without medication you know they medically need.
Yeah, they need to be responsible and get their medication.
And if they don't, they're going to come back the next day or the next week or the next year with a stroke, and you're going to treat that, but you're not going to give them the pills.
treat the stroke.
You know, you actually favor this. You think this would be better for America?
I think that it makes people more responsible. I don't believe that the government should be bailing people out the way that they are right now. It's not feasible. It's just going to continue to drive these premiums up and up and up. And then no one is going to be able to afford insurance. You have people that are well off that are not able to afford insurance right now because the government is paying for insurance, and the insurance companies have gotten so greedy that they're just going higher and higher, and our government refuses to do anything about capping insurance premiums anywhere, which I actually agree with. Even though I'm a Republican, I know it sounds wild, but I agree that we should put a cap somewhere on premiums so the insurance companies can't do this, because I do believe that medical care is a human right.
Okay, well, once you start capping, there goes your whole free market argument. Now you're using the government, and I think there is a lot of rescue that we could get in what you're talking about now. Is the government getting involved in controlling how much they can charge people and all the wild ass pricing. But you can't be in favor of that while talking about the free market. Those two things don't go together. Now you're for big government.
So maybe I used the wrong terminology when I said free market, but I do completely agree that because of where we're at now with insurance premiums and how we got there, that the government needs to step in and do something with the insurance companies to cap it, because we have to make insurance affordable again in this country.
Yeah, I
have to tell people that their insurance premium is going to cost them $1,500 a month.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's for a veteran.
Shit. The only way you're going to make insurance in this country affordable is you're going to have government intervention. If you leave it up to the people, you leave it up to the free market, it's just not going to happen. The ambulances, for instance, they charge those ridiculous amounts. That's free market. They're creating what they think that it's worth. And you see how much it costs. There's no government telling them you can only charge this much to take somebody a few miles to the hospital. They're doing, hey, look, if we can get them to pay it, then charge them even more. So the free market is why I think we're in this mess.
I agree. I'll concede I used the wrong terminology earlier when I said free market. I do agree that insurance companies should be capped right now. I do agree that we should have reasonable cost to healthcare. Same with pharmaceutical companies. I think that we should have reasonable costs for medications. I don't think people should be paying an arm and leg for medication that they need to stay alive. I don't think that's right. That aspect of what people would consider socialized medicine, I agree with. The aspect of the government paying for your health insurance, I don't agree with. I think that at a certain point, you have to make a choice to better yourself and go out there and get your insurance. As long as it's affordable, we shouldn't have a problem with that. But we need to get it to the point where it's affordable.
I agree with all of that
maybe
part.
Maybe it's a pipe dream.
Huh?
Maybe it's a pipe dream. I don't know, but that's how I would like it.
Well, I agree with all of that part right up to the point, with the exception of you saying insurance should be optional. I do believe that if everybody is insured, that would bring down the cost, because those life-saving measures are so damn expensive. And because of the way you're talking about doing it, you're not even really helping them out. You're just keeping them alive. So you're going to make it so that many of them are going to be returning back to the ER unnecessarily, because they may not be dying. Their quality of life may just be so terrible because you only gave them enough just to stabilize them and you kicked them out. So maybe the guy shows up thinking he's having a stroke because his heart is beating like crazy or he's got a headache. So now they're flooding the ER and you check them out real quick and send them home and then they go somewhere else. To me, it just creates a whole backlog. I just think that if you gave folks insurance and people got treated, people were able to access proactive care. Like a colonoscopy is a hell of a lot different than somebody showing up with stage 4 colorectal cancer. I think the colonoscopy is not covered, though, in what you're suggesting. You're only going to deal with them when you got a tumor inside of them.
And see, that's where I think that way of thinking is a little bit of a pipe dream as well, because working in the healthcare field, I know how people fail to get preventative care done. I know how people fail to manage their chronic health conditions. I know why people end up in the situations they end up, because they don't take care of themselves. They don't do the lifestyle changes. They don't take their medications. They don't get the refills that they need. They don't do the scopes. They don't get the lab testing that they need. They don't follow through. Right. And so
because a lot of them don't have insurance. A lot of the people you're talking about.
I'm talking about the people that have insurance that come to the GP or the PCM, whatever you want to call it, the PCP. Those people that come to see us in the primary care office, those are the same people that end up in the emergency room as well.
But even a lot of them, but even a lot of them that have insurance, as Obama once pointed out, they're underinsured. So even though, like I always use Dollar Tree as an example, or Walmart. A lot of people that work for Walmart have some type of employer-provided insurance, but they are paid so damn low that the co-pay or out-of-pocket cost is high enough compared to their low-level amount of income that they're probably going to forego some of the proactive care you're talking about. They can't afford the $200 or $300 that they may have to pay as a part of those treatments. So a lot of them don't go because they even still, with insurance, they don't have their share of the money. It's still a money-related issue.
It's not really, though. Because what's causing these chronic health conditions that are causing these people to end up in these situations is their lifestyles in a large percentage of America. The reason that America is in the state that it is in is because morbid obesity is up, we have hypertension that's up, we have diabetes that's up, we have self-inflicted illnesses that are up at an all-time high across America. And these are all self-inflicted through lifestyle, culture, diet, all of that, right?
I think a lot of that is due to the free market. I think a lot of that's due to the free market too. That's what Kennedy talks about.
Right.
We don't let the free market put all kinds of bad. Look, the life. It ain't necessarily just the lifestyles of the people. It's folks who want to make money putting bad shit in the food they eating.
You're right, but there's also stuff out there that we can get that doesn't have that bad shit in it that we can eat and put into our bodies.
And that costs more money.
That we can make. No, it's not. It doesn't.
You think healthy food don't cost no more than fattening food?
No, a lot of times it doesn't. A lot of times you can get fresh fruits and vegetables for cheaper than you can get those pre-made meals.
I could take you to some neighborhoods where they don't even sell fresh fruit and vegetables. You know, what they call them food deserts, or not food deserts, but fresh food. Like Whole Foods is not in the hood. I mean, I can take you to places where if you wanted to buy a salad, you may have to get in the car and drive for a while. I don't know. You got to, look, I'm not disagreeing with everything you're saying, but I would just say that you got to get out more outside of the area you're in, because there are plenty of places.
Sir, I've been all over the world.
All right. Well,
I feel like people want to take accountability away from people. And I am about putting accountability on people. You make life, I tell my children this every single day. Life is about choices. You have good choices and you have bad choices. But whatever choices you make, you have to live with those consequences, because consequences come with every choice you make, right? And so everything that you put in your mouth, everything that you do, anything, whether it be vaping, drinking, soda, sweets, vegetables, fruits, because you can overdo vegetables and fruits, whatever you do, you have to live with those consequences. And if you go to the doctor and they tell you that you have diabetes and you have to cut this out of your life, and you choose not to, and you choose to take this medication for the rest of your life that is expensive, right?
Okay.
And you can't afford it, but you can make some lifestyle changes, and you choose not to, and you choose to end up in the emergency room because now you're in a diabetic state, close to a diabetic coma. And I'm talking about my own mother here, okay? Well, I'll be transparent.
Not
and
mom. You didn't do mom like this, did you?
Diabetic coma.
You did this to mom too?
I sure did, because I don't want to lose somebody I love.
Oh, not mom.
Right? So you have the choice to take the medicine, that's fine, and she can afford it, that's fine. But if you don't change your lifestyle, then you're having to take that medication the rest of your life, and you're dependent on that. And who knows what's going to happen to that medication? If the price skyrockets, you're dependent on that.
All right, I gotta move it on. I don't like the short and cut, but Bree, I do gotta move it on. Look, interesting conversation. We obviously don't agree on this, but you're certainly welcome back anytime, Bree. Appreciate you coming through.
Can I tell you something though?
Real quick,
I wanted to tell you that people seem to be confused. We actually got a BAH raise. The housing, we got a raise. We got 4.2 raise along with the 776 bonus. Okay, so when people come up here and they start talking about
everybody in the military got a raise.
Not everybody across the board, but there was a 4.2 raise that went out, and it was siphoned out amongst the different zip codes. That's how it works in the military, and it was from the allocated funds. So those funds also supported the 1776 that was from the Big Beautiful Bill. All of that was allocated. They are correct. Congress allocated it.
So this is already in. So this is not something Trump is doing. Congress had already did this.
Trump told them to go ahead and give us the extra money, but that was already allocated in the bill. Okay. That bonus was not supposed to happen. The 4.2% raise in BAH or housing allowance was supposed to happen. It was supposed to be a little bit more, but that's up to Congress.
Okay, I gotta go, but thank you for the information. Thank you for your service as well. Come on back anytime. All right, by the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 80,000. We can certainly make that happen. I think, listen, there are folks that in the comments, I've seen in the comments that were certainly agreeing with my last caller. I don't favor having a society where health insurance is optional. That's my opinion. I get the notion that people should accept responsibility for their actions, is what she was talking about, accountability and things like that. However, because we all live in the country together, and she did admit that you should be treated if you show up and need life-saving care, then if that person is irresponsible and doesn't purchase health care and they end up needing life-saving care, then you're going to be held responsible for them making an irresponsible decision not to get health care. That's why I disagree with it. But a lot of folks in the comments do agree with what she's saying. So we'll continue on with the program. But I think that's cruel, because he said if you kept showing up with a stroke and it's due to high blood pressure, we'll treat the stroke, but the pills you need to make sure it doesn't happen again, well, them only, that's so you. Wow. Anyway, let me go ahead and continue on. By the way, healthcare should be free, says Gifted Gay. I think this is Gifted Gay. A lot of folks believe that as well, but she disagreed. Mike says that's absolutely absurd. Let me go back to the comments. Tap the screen, get the likes up. We'll go straight to James Harper. Good evening, James. What about you? You think that healthcare should be optional, or health insurance should be optional?
No, it should be something that everybody's given. That was completely asinine what she said.
So you believe it should be like free or socialized?
It should be something like we do with with the police force and the firefighters and things like that. It should be something that's communal. Our taxes should go into the healthcare industry. Privatizing is why it's going running amok now.
Now, Jeremy in the comments says nothing is free. And I just want to say, if you're down 911 and you need help, it's free. The cops don't charge you. If your house is on fire, they don't charge you. I think that healthcare should be the same way. We have no problem finding ways to pay the police, pay the fire.
It should be communal. Anything life-saving should be communal. It should have a budget just like everything else. And that budget should be high, just like education. That budget should be higher than what it is right now.
That's my opinion on it too. Just like you ever seen Captain Phillips with Tom Hanks, where they had snatched an oil tanker at sea, kind of like what Trump is doing now. We sent the U.S. military. Think about all the cost it took to rescue that tanker and those guys on it. We like you said, life-saving measures. They're not going to just leave you stranded. If you go hiking on the top of a mountain, they'll fly a helicopter up there to get you. They don't charge you for it. I think healthcare should be the same way. Just like we dial 911, it's a life-saving measure. And we have no problem paying the cops, paying the fire department, paying the military, paying the helicopter operators. The money is there. We find no way to we find ways to do that. Why can't we find ways to pay the doctors the same way?
Because the way, since we privatize like healthcare, a lot of stuff is not even like curative. It's just a prolonged treatment.
Mm-hmm. So what about what she said though? You know, look, if you're going to eat and get fat and, you know, and make bad life choices, then you should be held accountable for the health problems that come along with it.
Obviously, she's never been in like real poor areas where they don't have those kind of choices. They don't have the option of like fresh food coming in every single day. Like they don't have the option of like the less sugary stuff. Like all this stuff is ran by monopolies. Like even though they say, "Oh, we got anti-monopoly laws," they're not enforced.
No, and I see her in the comments right now. She's in the comments. She's saying the doctors will leave if they get paid the government pay. Some will, but just like you have no problem finding people to join the military with that low pay. You'll find medical professionals that'll do that. And just like Congress would make a lot more money in the private sector, yet they go work for the government. I don't know why people think that the doctors won't do it. They're doing it in every other area. I mean, so I think some are in it solely for the money and they will get out of the industry. But some people actually want to do good. Some people, you know, teachers don't make shit, yet there's no shortage of, well, there's a shortage in some areas, but there's plenty of people who get into teaching. So it ain't always about the money for everybody. But I mean, what do you think we're looking at, James, if we had a society where insurance was optional and it operated in the manner where she's suggesting, where if you know,
what will happen is would be like before, where the people with money, they would have insurance and they would get the health care that they need, and the people that are poor will stabilize you and kick you out.
Kind of what's happening now to some degree, because if you don't have insurance and you do go to the county, you know, me being from Chicago, Cook County, it's a whole day long experience if you need to go to the ER at Cook County. And yeah, they do just enough to, as she was talking about, just enough to patch you up and send your ass home. And she even admitted it ain't even about improving your quality of life. It's just about saving your ass. So like a good example, like right now, well, I don't have it anymore, but a year or two ago, I started having knee problems and I had to get a knee injection or whatever, because my walking quality of life was bad and I like to go for long walks and I couldn't because I had bone on bone. That wouldn't be given to me because that's not a life altering event. As she said, we're not about your quality of life. We're just here to save you. So if I had no insurance, I would basically be immobile.
Yeah, that would be an issue, because it's like you have these types of things, and then you was like doing what? Maybe like minimum wage.
What do you mean?
Anybody below? I mean, not minimum wage. Middle class. You were middle class.
Yeah.
Anybody below middle class, they wouldn't be able to do half that stuff, and they have to depend on their mobility a lot more than you do.
Yeah, that's true. That is, like I said, I'm surprised, but there's a lot of folks in the comments that agree with her and think that the country would be better off like that as well. Just make it optional, and leave it up to the people.
They say leave it up to the people, but the problem is she's acting like these companies would act in good faith.
What do you mean?
She's acting like, oh, we have a free market, that all these companies, once they realize there's all this stuff out there, they're not going to think like that. They're going to think, if you won't pay, somebody else will. So why would I lower my price?
Well, no, she did admit that the free market was the wrong choice of words. I think that the corporations act in ways to make more money. So what I'm thinking I would do, if I'm running an insurance company, I would talk to the other insurance companies and tell them there is more money to be made in insuring the ER against those higher costs than it is against the public, against lower stuff. So I would say we need to do more to make sure there are more Americans that are uninsured. And then we need to try to sell the hospitals ER insurance, because their bills are much bigger. So we can get way bigger premiums out of the hospitals, because people showing up there are going to need really expensive care. So let's try to focus less on providing the actual citizen with proactive insurance, and so that it would incentivize more of them to opt out of having insurance. And then we'll make sure that when the hospital has to treat these people, they need us, because they're going to have these huge bills.
it's all about dragging it out.
Yeah.
Milking for as much as they can.
Yeah. And that's what I think when you start making stuff optional, you open up the door for that type of stuff. It's for folks to find ways to gouge and do all kinds of stuff like that. But listen, a lot of folks on the right agree with that. They think that the Liberal Party, like she said, you guys offer free shit. Because she did also mention, you see, we're asking, why is Charlie Kirk so popular? And I do want to ask you that question as well. Why is he so popular? But she states is because he was able to relate to the younger community. And that's something that very few conservatives have been able to do before him. But why do you think that he's... Go ahead.
He's popular because he relates to the ignorance. The parts that they piss off, he sits there and makes it seem like the other side is stupid. And what they're saying is right. That's why you always see those edited bits where he's outsmarting the people. But they don't realize most of the time when he goes to these events and things like that, he gets his ass handed to him because they actually know more than he do, and he's actually smarter. But they cut those parts out. The only time you don't see them cut that part out, and you actually watch him get his ass handed to him, is when he doesn't control the production. Like when he went overseas to England.
Yeah, that was bad. Them English kids was killing them. Yeah, they were killing them. I did see it because I also was one who was like, Charlie Kirk was really good at debating, and I didn't think he really lost many debates. And I think I had Mike on here once, and he was telling me, no, there's plenty of videos out there of him getting his ass kicked. And I went and looked it up. Oh my God, I seen that English video. Them English kids was killing him. Hey, he looked really bad. I think he does better in conservative audiences because they're going to applaud and give him the win no matter what he says. But when you're in an audience where people can push back, he looked bad when he was debating those English kids.
And when he's over here, he avoids the people that he knows actually know their stuff and that want to debate him.
I don't know about that because did they try to go to, it wasn't Charlie Kirk, but didn't some conservatives recently try to go to some HBCUs? They were kicked off the campus, but they tried to debate liberals.
No, they tried to be trolls and be dismissive. I'm talking about at Charlie Kirk events, there was actual people that debate counterintuitive to him, and they tried to go up there and get them, and they would not let those people in. They would not let those people ask questions or anything like that.
I didn't see that. Because, I know Candace Owens, who, started out, I believe her and Charlie Kirk were pretty good. I think they used to work together. She's absolutely been to some liberal events. And, I seen her on stage with rapper T.I. and what is the guy's name from I told them motherfuckers I ain't never scared. What is that guy? Big Mike or Killer Mike or whatever. He was up there. I don't seen her. And she's from the same orbit.
And there's been plenty of times she got her ass handed to her too. She can go against people that aren't in the field, that aren't in the political or historic fields. But when she faces people that are, she gets shown that she does not have that acumen that she wants. She's articulate, but she does not have the acumen.
Now a lot of people like it. I see Bone Crusher. That's who it was. Big Dog. Okay, not Killer Mike, Bone Crusher. The other guy.
It was Killer Mike.
Was it Killer Mike?
Killer Mike.
It was Killer Mike. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I've seen her debating people. That's Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk, other than hanging around, I know he hung around Candace, Kanye, and I don't know if that counts for anything nowadays, and also Officer Tatum. So he did hang around a few African Americans, but I don't know where Charlie Kirk hung around a lot of people of color, and it's odd because he had such an opinion.
And the ones that he hung around were very critical of the black community. They never said anything good about the black community. Only pointing out the bad stuff that promoted with his way of thinking. That's why he hung around him.
That's a good point. That's one thing I've mentioned that on the show. It's been a long time since I've said this, but I never understood it because I do go into MAGA live streams and platforms. Anytime I encounter Black MAGA, and there's nothing wrong with being MAGA, but the problem is for some reason when blacks become conservative, that's the first thing they start doing is criticizing the black community. If you're favoring small government and fiscal responsibility and you're pro-Christian, that's one thing. But for some reason, black conservatives are very critical of the black community. I never could understand that.
Because they don't see themselves as a part of the black community.
You think Tim Scott, who's damn near as dark as I am, you think he's white?
I won't say he acts that way, but he knows where his money come from, and it ain't us. His money comes from them saying like, yeah, we'll support you as long as you keep being critical to them. Because if you notice, like when he went in the primaries, where did he go in the primaries? Where was his position as being like a top leader in the Republican Party?
Non-existent.
Exactly.
Non-existent.
And the way he was kissing up to those people up at the top, what did they do for him when they got into power?
I mean, you didn't hear from any of them. Byron Scott. I mean, none of them folks got any type of position.
None of them got a damn thing, but they was the biggest cheerleaders for it. But they ain't getting not a single thing in return.
And when I see in the comments, Gandhian fight or something that says, "I know Tim Scott. He's better than any of you morons on the telephone." So he's suggesting he knows Tim Scott and he's better. But what we're discussing here is a good point. If he's so great in Byron Scott and some of these folks, why didn't Trump put anyone of color on his administration? I guess you could say Marco Rubio is Hispanic. I guess we could run with that, but he doesn't have anybody of color on his administration.
Because he had only one job for people of color, and that was a leader of hood.
Yeah. Who is that guy? I forget. What is that guy's name? Yeah, you're right. He does have another. What is it about housing and urban development that has to have a black guy?
Because he think that like welfare and things like that, that's black people. That you black, you should be able to relate to that. You should be able to run that for me. And
that's a black job.
And just like Ben Carson, he's doing a horrible job at it.
What are you suggesting? That's a black job or something in Trump's eyes?
Yeah.
I don't know. I get folks, including President Trump, who, and I want you to hear this. You may have heard this before, but this is President Trump.
If you're about to say that, look at my African American thing. Yes.
This may be even more controversial than that. But he says that. But this may be even more controversial.
I say the fact is that I've done more for the black community than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I say it. Nobody can dispute it. Nobody.
That's a goddamn lie.
More for the black community than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
No, what he does is he'll take something away and somebody will convince him to put it back, and then he'll be like, see, look what I done for you. He creates a problem and then he swears up and down he fixes it.
Well, I did have a lot of African Americans during his first term that said he was doing a really good job for the black community, though. Money to HBCUs, the unemployment rate.
That money to HBCUs was money that was already allocated that he took away. And like I said, it took 2 senators to go up to his office and basically convince him to put it back for him to put it out there. They told him that it was going to be a good PR move, so his ass went for it.
Well, people were buying it. That's all I can say. What about the unemployment rate? The unemployment rate under Trump, his first term, was not bad.
The unemployment rate was already down. You want to know how far lower it went down before COVID?
Go.
0.1%.
It's going in the right direction, though. Barely.
But it was already going in that direction. It went 0.1% from there.
Okay. So while it's clear you don't think Trump has done a lot for the black community, let me ask it to you this way. Do you think he has any adverse feelings toward the black community? Maybe he hasn't done as much as he should in your eyes, but you don't think he, dislikes people of color, do you?
Trump doesn't like anybody that doesn't benefit him.
So that could be anybody then.
Yeah, look how his starches supporters. As soon as they stop being a benefit, he either cuts them off completely or does a 180 and say they're traitors.
Yeah. And real quick in the comments, William says, I'm so angry right now. What are you angry about, William? State it in the comments. I'll cover your statement. So, but listening to you, James, so you think that Trump could be somewhat of an opportunist, anybody that benefit, but you don't believe in, basically what you're saying is it could be anybody, but you don't believe he has any negative feelings to the black community particularly.
He thinks anybody that's not white is not worth his time. If you notice, look at his cabinet right now. Besides that one person, like he hasn't tried to hire anybody of color. Oh, I take it back 2 people because, like you said, Marco Rubio is half Hispanic.
Yeah, Marco Rubio and what is her name? Tulsi Gabbard, I believe, is considered a minority. Would she not be? She's Hawaiian or something like that. I think Tulsi Gabbard would be
Yeah,
one.
she would be considered be considered a minority, even though she white presenting.
What? You tell like gangster grandma? What is white presenting?
Like if you didn't know her background, you swear up and down she was white.
Tulsi Gabbard? She got a little brown hue to her. I think she got a little bit of. I'd have to bring up a picture. You're right. She definitely don't like.
Clarence Thomas wasn't added to his administration. Clarence Thomas is lifetime appointment.
Yeah, Clarence Thomas has been around for a while. He's a Bush appointee, so George W. Bush, I believe. So he's been around for a while. Bush. Yeah, George W. Bush. Not HW, is it? I'd have to look into that. Please stop with the confirmation bias line of questioning. Jesus Christ, Tim. I'm asking questions. What am I asking wrong, Gen X? Let me know. All right, fair enough. So, Charlie Kirk is popular in your opinion because you said he can present a good debating picture in environments that are favorable to him.
Right, and what he does is he says just enough not to sound racist, but the question like black people, like people of color's credentials.
Do you think he is racist or was racist?
I won't say racist. I'll say he's bigoted. He swears like he's one of the people that believe in the great replacement theory. So that means like white people are according to him and people that listen to him, white people are losing their grip on America. So we need to get rid of all these programs that are helping the minorities take power away from us.
That is true, though. They are losing their grip from that standpoint. I don't like it, but at the end of the day, if you were on top, if you were a majority and you were in control of all the mechanisms of government and systemic assets in the country, and now you're in an equality-based atmosphere, yeah, then you are losing. I mean, it's just like as a single guy, you have a lot more power in regards to what governs your life and things like that than you do with somebody who's married. When you get married, now you got a spouse that you got to listen to, so you kind of lose some power. And I mean, let's face it. I mean, whites had control of everything before, let's say, the Civil Rights Act or before women's suffrage. I mean, so I don't like the presentation of I'm against equality, but yeah, that's exactly what they're saying.
The problem is they're pointing at these programs, saying that these programs are giving an advantage to these people when it's not the case. What these programs are doing is saying, hey, we're not allowing you to discriminate. So everybody's, like you said, everybody's on the equal footing. They're finding out they're not as good as they thought they are. These people are running circles around them and getting these positions that they thought was supposed to be that only they were supposed to get.
Wow. But to some degree, that is benefiting them. If you've been in an environment where you can be discriminated against, or we don't have to interview you, and suddenly a program says we can no longer discriminate against you, that is a program that helps you out. And that hurts the white people. Because if I'm applying for a job as a white guy, and I know that nobody of color can get this job, they only hire white people, and all of a sudden laws are passed now that anybody can apply for this job, it just made it so I have more competition. I didn't used to have to compete with all these damn people. I knew being white was going to make it so the only people that could challenge me were other white people. Now all of a sudden, due to these laws, everybody's showing up.
But the funny thing is, Tim, people of color aren't the biggest beneficiaries of these programs. It's actually white women.
Well, they don't want to compete with them either. I got to move it on, James, though. They don't want to compete with them either. Appreciate you coming in, man. Thank you.
No problem, Tom.
Anytime. Tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up over the 6-figure hump. We're right at 96, so get us on over 100,000. Help us get that TikTok cap goal, if you will. We're pretty close to that. Looking in the comments, I've noticed something very interesting. Every single time I find a leftist person talking, is that their leftist viewpoint isn't actually their believed viewpoint. You'll notice this when you watch. What do you mean by that? Okay, because I consider myself left of center. Not way the fuck left, but I am left of center. What are you telling me? I don't believe what I'm saying? Let me know that. And by the way, I would submit to you that can apply to both sides because wanting a Christian, before Trump came along, when they thought Obama was a Muslim, one of the strongest issues was we want to make sure a Christian is running this country. Trump is not a Christian, and he's on record saying I'm not one of you. So I think both sides are capable of saying, as you say, that there's what's coming out of their mouth is not what they actually stand for. Because a lot of folks on the right will tell you they stand for fiscal responsibility, small government, but they're voting for Trump. Trump ain't fiscally responsible. Trump is not for small government. If your state is not doing or behaving in the way President Trump believes you should, he'll use big government to come in, and who gives a damn about states' rights? So I think there's a pretty good case to be made that both sides may not be doing it. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 110. You know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on this program. We always are MAGA friendly, always have been MAGA friendly, always will be MAGA friendly. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. What do we say? We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. This is an uncensored program. You can be critical of anybody, including yours truly. If you favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and you're currently watching us live on Instagram or TikTok or Facebook, follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. And I'm going to ask definitely that you smash that like button to my YouTube viewers. Real quick, looking in the comments, it's not a problem of black and white. It's a religious war. No matter what you think, you are only Jesus matters. I don't know about that because, like I mentioned, President Trump has never been known to be very religious. Never. And the evangelicals are like, he's the best thing since sliced bread. I mean, when Obama became president, they were hanging around in Reverend Wright's church. The chickens have come home to roost. What is Trump's church? What's the name of his pastor? How often do you hear about the guy? I mean, how often do you hear about President Trump attending service? You knew Biden went to mass. You very rarely, if ever, hear about President Trump going to church on his own. And that's odd because he's the only president that's ever sold his own Bible. Let me go back. Miss Mobetti, you says Lucifer? Is that what you're trying? Oh my God. Are you suggesting that President Trump's pastor is named Lucifer? Holy shiznit. Mike, the boss. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Donald Trump do not go to church. He goes to the golf course. Well, maybe he's having a sermon on a golf course. Mike, good afternoon.
Oh, stop that shit.
Why? You can't have a little religion.
Trump's last advisor is in prison for touching children. So this Robert Morris. So there's that.
So he's not very Christian he's not very Christian like is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, you got to define what a Christian is, especially in the Catholic Church with all the touching the children. But that's a whole nother thing. And before anybody says anything to me, one of the pastors, youth pastors that was under Mr. Jim Baker just got arrested yesterday. So shut the fuck up.
Yikes. So let me ask you, since we're in the realm of Christianity, we're going to give you what right now is one of the most popular Christians as of late, the late Charlie Kirk. Why is this guy so popular?
I don't know. Well, he's popular in their circles. Racists tend to stick with racists. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
You're telling me the reason a lot of his popularity has to do with racism?
Yeah, racism and propaganda, Tim. I mean, we've had this conversation ad nauseum. And so, now I guess at the end of the day, people are going to believe what they're going to believe. But that's what he did. He went around, propagandized, and talked about all the talking points.
Well, I'm hearing that the man was, promoting the youth to get interested in the conservative movement, the conservative party, and getting people interested in Christ. I mean, are those not good things? Getting people interested in politics and religion?
Well, you said the conservative movement. You didn't say politics. The conservative movement isn't necessarily aligned with politics as much as it's aligned with their conservative movement and their ideology that comes directly out of Project 2025 and white Christian nationalism. So is that a good thing?
Well, if you get involved with the conservative movement, you're going to likely vote Republican, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about the policies of it as opposed to the ideology of it, right? Those are two different things.
Okay.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you vote Republican, who gives a damn?
Yeah, that's their point, right? They don't care whether they're indoctrinated or they're telling the truth. They don't care. They just want their vote so they can move this agenda forward.
And how is the Democrat Party different in that? The Democrats are the same way. They just want your vote too.
Well, no, but there is actually progressive policy attached to the Democrats, not this isolationist policies that come out of Project 2025. By the way, did you know you can go on Amazon and buy Project 2025, the book? Have you seen it?
No. Is that something was that something available before President Trump became president?
No, absolutely not.
So
But
now
go
they
ahead and
selling
Google
it.
Yeah. It's a book now. Mandate for Leadership. Go ahead and bring it up. You'll see it on Amazon. The whole thing.
So is it called Project 2025 or is it called what you just said?
It's called Project Mandate for Leadership, Project 2025, and it says the book. So when people are telling me, when I call it a book, it's not a goddamn book. Go on Amazon and tell me that it doesn't say the book. It's literally a book. You can get it in a hard copy, a hardback, or paperback.
Yeah, but I do see it. And the thing about it is, though, they're going to say that just because some idiot went out and wrote a book, don't mean it has anything to do with the Trump administration, though.
I know, until you read it, and it specifically talks about. Because here's the thing. It was designed for the next conservative president, which happens to be Donald Trump, but it says it in the book. This is designed for the next conservative president.
A mandate for authoritarian leadership, the Heritage Foundation's conservative promise for a second Trump administration. That's the paperback on sale for $18.97. I could have it by Saturday. Wow.
Read it again, but you just don't talk over what you said. What did it say? An authoritarian
leadership. Yeah, a mandate for the authoritarian leadership, and it is the Heritage Foundation's conservative promise for a second Trump leadership. And it's explained to somebody. Just a little quick snippet. It says, imagine waking up in a world where the U.S. has become a Christian nationalist autocratic state where civil rights, worker protections, and environmental safeguards are dismantled. And the president is all but a dictator. So this wasn't written by the Heritage Foundation then.
I'm trying to tell you. Everybody keeps saying that I'm just making this shit up or that we're just making this up. You just read it right there.
Yeah, but this sounds like a hit job, though, Mike. It sounds like somebody who don't like Trump or does not like the Heritage Foundation went out and wrote a book.
No, that's not what it is. That's their book. What are you talking about?
No, if it was their book and they were selling it, there's no way they would put this shit on the page where it says.
What? Well, I don't know which entry you're looking at.
Okay, well, you see what's on my screen? Is that what I don't know if you can see it, but I was going to ask you: is this what the book looks like? It's red and blue or something like that.
Does it say the mandate for leadership?
Yeah,
is that what it says?
It says a mandate for authoritarian leadership.
Again, that's not on the cover of the book.
Okay.
So I don't know where that word, but when you read it, that's what it is. I don't know why everybody keeps acting like it's not a thing. I don't know. And the Heritage Foundation says that's what they're doing. Peter Thiel says that's what they're doing. I mean, shit. If you go into the book, Brendan Carr, who's the head of the FCC right now, he wrote a whole section in the book about what they want to do to the FCC.
Yeah. And here's a different book. This says Project 2025, the secret blueprint they don't want you to decode. And this one says Project 2025, the secret blueprint. Yeah, they don't want you to decode what's really behind the plan to redefine America. And it says verified sources. This is a different version. It's a bestseller, though.
Different description.
Yeah, it's a
That's
bestseller.
a different description. And I'm going to say this because Bree was up here for a long time. Bree, listen, I'm not the one you want to chirp in the comments about what I read and didn't read. You better find somebody else because I'm not that person. Truly. Yeah, truly, you better go do your research with somebody else because I do my research and I've read it. I have read it. All 922. And it's not really 922 pages you read. There's a lot of endnotes in there. Mm-hmm. So if you extrapolate all the endnotes, it's probably about 730 740 pages.
Yeah, I will just say it like this: whether people read it or not, and I'll respond to Bree as well. Whether read it or not, I think there's overwhelming evidence that is the aim of the Trump administration. I mean, even if people didn't read it, they're not even denying it. I mean, you don't even hear that they denied it up to the campaign, but once Trump became president, they're not even denying it. Not to mention they have the affiliation between Trump and the Heritage Foundation is pretty damn strong. I mean, people came out of that foundation is on his cabinet. So yeah, they're not denying it. So you don't need to read it. You know for certain that Trump and the Heritage Foundation have a similar vision for America. So you
100%.
You can read it and go from there.
Let me address this little toddler because she was in the comments chirping before she came up, and then she came up and she shut that shit down. What I said, Bree, is what Tim was reading. When he kept reading it, I said, no, that's not what it actually says on the book. So somebody was reading a description about the book on Amazon, but I have read it. You don't know what you're talking about. So the question is, Bree, since you want to address me, have you read it?
No, I think that most folks on the right believe that the liberals are fear-mongering, and they just chose not to read it. I don't think many people on the right have read Project 2025. They'll just say that the liberals are making this shit up because they got Trump derangement syndrome.
Exactly. So go read it. So Bree, go put your dog away, clip his nails too, because he's really loud on your linoleum. And go. You
heard all of that?
I heard all that shit. I told you, Tim. Listen, I heard all of that. I've listened to everything she said.
Oh my God.
I listened to her in the comments, and then she came up. But anyway, at the end of the day, this movement, first of all, did you see where the EEOC is encouraging white men to file discrimination?
Yes, I did see that.
Did you see that bullshit?
Yeah, but I'm going to say this: if white men are getting discriminated against, then shouldn't they do that?
Tim. So, and again, this is another element of Project 2025. They want to they're encouraging white men. And by the way, they didn't say white women. They just said white men. But anyway, so
because they had laws in place to protect the women. That's what the DEI and stuff was. They have. I mean, it's because listen, the way it was set up originally, like they always say, what happened was, but the way it was set up originally is this was a white man's world. So it was white men discriminating against everybody else. So when they neutralized things and made things equal, that one group of people, which were on the top, suddenly felt like, they were losing out because now they lost all that power. So they're not going to say white women because white women aren't the ones it's the white men that are most affected by equality.
But I thought that they were the party of fuck your feelings. So now they're going on their feelings? They feel like they're being discriminated against, although they wrote all the laws in this country. They wrote the Constitution, and the only thing that's happened is they wrote amendments to try to get equity, understanding that law doesn't change a person's heart. So if you hated somebody today and they change the law tomorrow, you're not going to wake up tomorrow and not hate that person. It doesn't work that way. Just because a law comes in doesn't mean that the hate stopped. But we already know that. But here's the thing, though. Now they're trying to get these men to go out and follow these discrimination laws because what they want is they want white men to be a protected class. And then, they want white men to be a protected class because if they're a protected class, then they can say that they're marginalized. And when they say they're going to fund marginalized communities, they'll fund it to they'll funnel it to the white men. Why do you think he was talking about setting aside money that would go to HBCUs and give it to white people for discrimination and reparations for ones that did not go to these schools that were these HBCUs that were discriminated against white people? But the funny part is, do you know, Tim? Do you know that there are very high percentages of white people that go to HBCUs? Did you know that?
I know there's some, but I don't know about high percentages.
Most of the scholarships at HBCUs go to white people. Look it up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Especially a lot of the athletic scholarships. But they're complaining. It's just crazy how this country, just because things start to be a little equality, equity, inclusion, they're like, oh, fuck that. we are being discriminated against.
Well, listen, like, I mean, if you do have DEI or affirmative action programs, a lot of folks, a lot of white men believe that those programs are leading to people who have lesser capabilities getting jobs over a white man that may be more trained, more educated, more capable of the job.
I know, but I know that's what they believe because, again, back to the guy on your screen. The guy on your screen said that black women, right? They didn't have the brain power and they were stealing jobs from white men. So they believe that things are being stolen from them. Tim, if a white person believes something's being stolen that they never had, isn't that white supremacy at its finest?
If a white person believes something's being stolen that they've never had, what do they believe they're being stolen? What do they believe is being stolen from them that they've never had?
The guy behind you said that those black women had jobs that they didn't deserve and they had stole them from white men. If those white men never had those jobs that those black women had, and they believe, for whatever reason they want to believe, or they feel that those black women weren't qualified, those were his words, not mine, and that they stole them from white men that never had those jobs to begin with, they believe that their existence regulates them to those jobs regardless. That's white supremacy.
Well, and according to Straight Talk Commerce, he said that Charlie Kirk never said that. But I know what he said about Michelle Obama and who was it? It was
and Jackson.
Natasha Brown Jackson.
And Joy Reid.
Yeah.
And Joy Reid.
Yeah,
he did say, after he said that they didn't have the brain power to have those jobs, right after that, he said they stole those jobs. He used the word stolen, not me.
I need to look that clip up.
Listen. Look it up, and you'll see where he said stole those jobs. If anybody in the comments, there's 210 people in here. If you've seen the clip and you know exactly what I'm talking about, just put a 1 in the comment. Because sometimes, Tim, these people say you didn't say it, then you play it, then you're taking it out of context, but he did say it. If you say you stole something from somebody that you never had, and you saying that they weren't qualified because they're black and they're not capable, what else could you possibly mean?
Well, one of the things, in my opinion, and I got a heap of notes on Charlie Kirk of many of his quotes because people were saying this stuff was taken out of context, so I made notes. So I went and looked up a lot of videos. I watched like 20 hours of that guy. I think I've heard that stolen comment. I'm pretty sure I've heard that as well. But my opinion
in the comments, Tim, it's a bunch of 1s in the comment.
Yeah, because they heard it too. My opinion of Charlie Kirk is simple. He didn't have a high opinion of black people. I mean, and I'm saying that because he didn't hang around enough black people to have a significant data sample. It's not like the guy was in the hood eating fried chicken at some local Popeyes and seeing a bunch of blacks fighting or something. I mean, he just was getting this stuff off the internet or developing his opinion from somewhere else because he didn't have a lot of black friends. He wasn't hanging around in black communities of any significance. He hung around Candace Owens, Officer Tatum, Kanye a little bit, but he wasn't known to hang around black people to the point where he should have this much of an opinion on them. So I just think he didn't have a high opinion of blacks.
And I told you, and I'll say this, especially for Straight Talk Commerce, if you have a Cash App, I'll Cash App you $500 if I'm wrong. But if I'm right, you do the same. So let's move on.
Oh.
I told you that
I got a question. Before you continue, I do got a question for you. Somewhat, I think it says Corey B wanted me to ask you, why is hate crimes never charged against criminals who do violence against white, but against minorities it is? What caller is saying is bullshit. So he's saying that if you commit a hate crime against a white person, it doesn't get any attention. But if you do it against a black person, it gets all of this attention. What say you?
Well, I don't know what kind of attention he's talking about, because when black people are prosecuted for hate crimes, if you look at this sentencing guidelines, they're still sentenced higher than when white people do it against black people. Now, when you talk about attention to the crimes, the hate crimes, do you think this nation really wants to really focus on hate crimes? Do you think at large, do you think this nation is really trying to focus on hate crimes? Because if you do, you got to focus on all of them. And what we
but what he is saying, I mean, you do see all sorts of issues when the police mistreat a black person. What he said, when the police mistreat white people, it gets no attention, is what he's kind of saying.
Yeah, and again, you've heard me bring this up too. If white people aren't bringing up issues in their community, And I've said it before. Show me. I don't even disagree with what they said. Show me a hate crime, or show me where white people protest against police brutality against white people. Show me where those protests are about your own safety against the police system. So you can't have it both ways. If you
I've said this before in the program as well, is that you try to take down a Confederate statue or you try to impose some type of gun limitation. White people do know how to protest. They come out when there are issues concerning them. If there is a hate crime like what we're discussing here, the problem ain't necessarily the media. The problem is the white people don't complain. Like when Trump said white people get killed by police even more than black people. Fine, fair enough. There's more white people in the country, but that leads to that obvious thing. Why aren't you complaining about it? You're showing up to Confederate statues getting taken down. If the police are mistreating you like that, speak up. Because you can't blame other communities for not defending you. It ain't like nobody's defending black people when they get mistreated. They're speaking up about it.
But like I told you before, Tim, and I told you this before, and I'll say it again, and I'll never change my stance on this until this country changes their stance on the way they approach it. Because they would rather, instead of addressing police brutality amongst all people, they will disregard what's happening in their own communities to make sure it continues to exist for other communities.
You know, you're not the first person I've heard say that the white community would be willing to take punishment to themselves as long as they know it's going to people of color. They would rather suffer themselves knowing that people of color are suffering than address. This is what I've heard people say. I mean, but that is crazy. So you're saying they would be more willing to turn a blind eye to police brutality because to address it would mean they're helping out people of color.
100%. And listen, before people in the comments try to attack what me and Tim are talking about, just go read. Now, Tim, I want you to verify this when I get done. Just go read the foreword in Kevin Roberts' book. They literally say that. They lay it all out. They'd rather use a chemical solution to kill the guard, understanding that they're going to allow some good things too, to root out the quote unquote weeds. That is exactly what we just said. And it's the truth. They don't like this reality because they have to look at themselves. And here's the problem with right now. If there's equity and equality in this country, and it becomes that way, because if everything was equal and equitable, you would see the country be stronger. And then people would have to say, well, how come we didn't do this before? And then you got to answer that question.
I don't know if it would be stronger for whites, Mike. I do got to move it on, but I don't know if it would be stronger for whites.
Yeah, well, again, Tim, it should be stronger for Americans, because I thought this was about America and Americans. And this is where they are wrong. This is where they're not honest about themselves, right? This is where they don't really take a hard look at what this country's always been. And now that they think that just for a second that they may be losing a little something, they're like, I'll burn this bitch down before I give you a little. I'll burn it down before I give you a little. And Straight Talk and Bree and anyone else in these comments, just go read what the people that you voted for are saying. And you will be collateral damage if it comes down to it. Those aren't my words. Those are your vice president's words.
Kind of sound like Charlie Kirk once saying, to maintain the Second Amendment, some gun deaths need to be acceptable.
Exactly, Tim. Wow. And it's been acceptable the whole time. Real quick before you go. I want to make this point clear. And then you actually were alluding to it. That's what Charlie Kirk said. And my thing is, you don't want to touch Second Amendment, but you want to accept gun violence, right? So let me ask you this, Tim. For these pro-life and pro-choice people, or people that are because they always say if you're pro-choice, then you're for abortion. By your logic, then you're for gun violence if you're for 2A.
They're not for gun violence. It's like Charlie Kirk said, it is acceptable.
Again, I'm using their logic. Yeah. If you're for it, if you're for 2A, then you're for gun violence. If you say people are pro-choice and they're for abortion.
That's a good point. I mean, that is a good way of wording it. You could throw that back at them. So I can't disagree with it. They're at least for it. You said they're for it. I'll definitely agree with Charlie Kirk. At the very least, we're willing to accept gun violence. Mike, thanks for coming through. And by the way, that's a strong comment. Because they do say that if you're pro-choice, that means you're for killing babies and things like that. Well, if you're pro Second Amendment, you're for killing people with guns. I mean, that is a way of looking at it. What I was going to say is, after what happened in Australia at Bondi Beach, that anti-Semitic attack, I think 16 were killed. I got a lot of folks on the right that are saying, due to what happened in Australia, that should let you know that we do not ever need to take guns away in America. To me, that's crazy. Now, the guy was gunning people down. You've seen folks take away the firearm by hand because Australians are not armed. Most Australians are not armed. So they're indicating that if it had happened in America, I guess, because Americans are armed, they would have stopped the assailants. But Australians are not armed, so they couldn't stop it. Which, when you look at what's happening in America, makes absolutely no sense. We've had plenty of mass shootings that have had a higher body count than what happened at Bondi in heavily armed states like Texas and Vegas and stuff like. I mean, what happened at the concert in Vegas, I think it was like 59 people. I mean, so look, it doesn't matter if you're armed or unarmed. If you're at a venue and somebody just starts popping off rounds when you're not expecting it, it doesn't. Even if every single person there, let's imagine that you're. Right now, the football games are on. Imagine you're at a football game and you're armed and your goal is to do something like this. And every single person at that game is also armed. You telling me you still couldn't get 10 or 15 people? They all got their stuff in holsters, appendix carry, behind the back, under their arms, in their pockets. You can discharge rounds so quickly that even if every single person in the stadium was armed, you could still get 10, 15 body count. Easy. The rounds come out too damn fast. By the time people realized what was going on and got a bead on you and started returning rounds down range, you could have hit tons of people because you got the element of surprise. So the idea that we should not get rid of firearms because, well, we don't want what happened in Australia where they couldn't shoot back to happen here. It's happening every damn day. It's happening every damn day. Some of the most heavily armed environments are getting shot. I don't think what happened in Australia should be any reflection on the United States at all. In fact, I think it's more or less what happens here that is telling the Australians do not ever follow the American way of life. I mean, they had a mass casualty event. I've moved from Australia back to America like 2010. So I've been back about 15 years. I can count on one hand how many mass casualty events they've had. We had those things almost every other damn day. So yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, looking in the comments though, you don't have a weapon for, yeah, I do, I carry. But if I'm at an event and there's a mass casualty event, my goal is to get out of there. My goal is not to engage the assailant. If I'm in Walmart, for instance, and I hear popping and rounds and people screaming, I'm not trying to find that dude. I'm trying to find my way out. I'll engage him if it requires that for me and my family's safety, but I'm not trying to play hero. I'm trying to play exit man. I'm trying to get the fuck out of the back door, through a window. If he's coming in through the front, I'm going to go to the other side. If he's coming in through Home Goods, I'm going out through the grocery side. I'm not trying to engage that dude. I'm trying to get out of there. And I think that's what most firearm owners are like. So yeah, you can still get a hell of a lot of a total, even in a society where people are armed, because people are not interested in engaging in gunfights. People trying to get the fuck up out of there. So we should take the guns from law-abiding people, but the criminals will still have them. The thing about it is, and I see that in the comments, somebody said take the guns from law-abiding people. The whole notion that if you ban guns, only criminals will have guns. Tap the screen. I'll take the next caller at 130. Tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok. Uncensored free speech programming here. The whole notion is if you ban guns, only criminals will have guns. What people don't tell you, because you always hear, well, criminal always be able to get a gun on the street. They never tell you where the street makes their guns. Fact is, if you trace illegal guns that are in the hands of criminals, almost all of them, with the exception of these printed ones, a few people are making now, but almost all firearms that are in the hands of criminals were either bought purchased, when I say bought, either purchased, stolen, breaking somebody's car, somebody's house, somebody's trailer, purchased, stolen, or found, because people, move and leave a gun in the attic and they forgot about, purchased, stolen, or found from legal gun owners. That's where the criminals get their firearms. The overwhelming majority of criminals that have firearms, they're getting them by way of purchasing, stealing, or finding them from somebody that owned it legally. Point I'm making is if you take the guns away from legal gun owners, it will significantly dry up the source for where criminals are getting their weapons. They're not making them. Very few people are using. How often do you hear cops talking about they took a firearm off a criminal and it was a printed 3D gun? It's almost always an actual, Smith & Wesson Browning weapon, an AR. I mean, it's that shit. Purchasing, stealing, or finding them from somebody that owned the firearm legally. By the way, I don't block, ban, or censor, but if you're just putting emojis in there, like a trigger or whatever, I'm trying not to censor you, trigger, but you're adding nothing with a ton of emojis. If you think I'm full of shit, for whatever reason, type that in there. But a bunch of emojis does nothing. But, and I'll censor you if you keep doing it because you're preventing people from putting real dialogue in there. But what I was going to simply say is, yeah, if legal firearms were not available, it's going to greatly affect the amount of weapons on the street because that's where they're coming from. Being from Chicago, a lot of folks on the street in the hood in Chicago would go to places like Indiana, and like a legal gun owner could go to Indiana, gun show or whatever the case may be, purchase a bunch of firearms, come back to the hood, sell them 3-4 times the price because you can purchase firearms without anybody knowing that you have it. And they would come back and sell them like that. So a legal gun owner supplying criminals with guns. This is what John McCain, the late John McCain, was talking about when he was talking about the gun show loophole. And many on the right said it doesn't exist. But there's tons of illegal criminal gun owners that got their guns from somebody legally that sold it to them. And yeah, you're right, Deep Fried Chew, Indiana's a quick drive. Indiana's so close to Chicago, you can almost walk to it. Yeah, it's a very quick drive. In fact, we go to Indiana to get gas for cheaper because, once you cross the state lines, the Illinois taxes are not in there. Yeah, you can drive to Indiana real quick. So criminals would then have to get them on the black market. If we can't stop bags of drugs from coming in, you think they will stop guns? But, well, according to President Trump, you can stop drugs. That's the argument that I make all the time, is that they claim that guns don't kill people. People kill people. But yet they think the drug thing is different. I mean, drugs don't kill people either. A bag of schmack is not going to jump off the table and inject itself into you. Drugs don't kill people. People using drugs irresponsibly kills people. If you think that drugs shouldn't be in the country, but you're okay with guns, I don't understand that. I don't understand the logic of that. We think the drug war is going to stop drugs from getting in this country. But when you start talking about guns, well, they'll always be able to get another gun. They'll just be to get it on the street or be to make it, as if that doesn't apply to drugs. The arguments that people make against banning guns really apply to drugs as well. You want to legalize a dangerous object like a gun, then legalize dangerous substances like drugs, because the same mindset applies. If you think people can always get guns, but somehow you're going to prevent them from getting drugs, I don't understand that. They can make drugs just like you think they can make guns, and it's easier to make shit to get you high than it is to make firearms. Looking in the comments, it's illegal to do straw purchases. Obviously, the question is legal or not legal. Felons can't have guns. Criminals shouldn't have guns. People doing criminal activity. Well, it might be illegal to do straw purchases, but because the gun industry does not want people to be, categorized, or you don't want any type of inventory of what guns people own. There are ways for legal gun people who have a legal right to purchase a gun. There are ways for them to purchase the gun and get rid of the gun without the government having ever known, because you don't want to document that person ever had possession of that gun. That's it. So you can definitely do it, and people do it all the time. Let me go back to the box. The Constitution does not doesn't something narcotic ownership. It ain't got nothing to do with the Constitution. I agree with you on the Constitution. I'm talking about logic here, though. I'm talking about logic. If you think that you logically that it makes absolutely no sense to try to ban guns, but it makes somehow some sense to ban drugs, and you expect to make some kind of dent in drug use, but you're saying it's impossible to make a dent in gun ownership. That's what I'm saying makes no sense at all. Going back to the box, we'll go to I don't know what it says. Straight Talk. Good evening. Welcome to the program. No, they aren't. If you need, hold on. Hold on. No, they don't. But it says no, they aren't. If you need a gun to defend yourself, you are a cuck boy. Damn. Straight Talk. Good evening.
Tim.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, bro. Come on, man. Guns are an equalizer. You look like a big strapping man. You look like you can handle yourself. If there were no guns on the planet, you look like you'd be able to take care of yourself. Don't you think?
Okay.
But there are people that are bigger and badder than you. Don't you believe that?
That's true.
Okay. So the gun is an equalizer.
Okay.
It allows someone that's 5'3" to take on someone 7'3".
Okay.
All right. So you getting, and by the way, the Second Amendment doesn't order you to own a firearm.
No, it does not.
It provides you the right. So if you don't like them, don't own them.
True.
But don't own them and then talk your smack about people who shouldn't own guns.
Well,
I mean, you own one yourself.
Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let me interrupt and say this. Hold on, hang on. I'm for protecting myself. I think the argument, because you're saying if you own a gun, then you shouldn't have anything to say about gun law. Well, I could own a pistol or a shotgun and think it's crazy to let you own a Gatling gun. I mean, there's a different level of firearms. That's why
I don't think anyone owns it. Who do you know that owns a Gatling gun? Let's go get that. They don't need to have that.
Do you believe it should be illegal to own some types of guns then?
It already is, sir. You can't own a automatic weapon in this country. It already is. Follow the law.
You're not. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
I have 6 firearms in my home. 2 of them within reach of me right now.
Okay.
Okay. All of them legally purchased. All of them I use on a frequent basis to go and either hunt or fire or shoot because it's something I like to do. Okay.
You started out by talking about equalizing. Now you're talking about pleasure stuff.
Yeah. 100%.
That's different. That is different, though. That's a different conversation.
Okay, well, we can have them both simultaneously. I don't think that either of them is a wrong or a misapplication.
Well, let me say it like this. Like when I lived in Australia, for instance, you could get access to guns for hunting and stuff like that, but you couldn't bring it home with you. So you go to a hunting club.
I lived in Germany.
Right. So do you need to bring your hunting weapons home with you?
I used to take my guns in the back of my truck, in the back window of my truck, to school with me. I took a 22 Papoose on a school bus when I was a kid. There was none of this garbage. We didn't blame the firearm. We blamed the person that was in control.
Yeah, but we used to sit in the back of a pickup truck with no restraints on. I mean, times have changed. It's not the same era.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it any better or is it more dangerous now? I would argue it's more dangerous now than it was then.
Yes, because
you don't look like you have any bullet holes in you, and I know I don't have any.
No, but it's more dangerous now for a host of reasons. First of all, during that era, there was not as many people that were mentally ill. You got a huge part of the population taking psych drugs and shit like that.
Hey, look, I agreed. We have a lot of people that are medicated. We need to do something about that. But what does that have to do with firearms? Why is that? What possible correlation?
Let me answer it. I'm not going to shorten your time. Let me answer it. If I take a group of people and I tell you, here's a group of 50,000 people. Out of this 50,000, 40% of them are on antidepressants, and many of them are on what do you call it, uppers and downs, whatever the drugs, the Zoloft and all this other shit. They got a lot of mental illness. Do you think it makes sense going from the 1950s, like you're talking about, to 2025, where we don't made it easier to obtain guns and the guns are a lot more? Do you think it makes sense to do that to this crowd? Put more guns in that crowd?
I think it makes more sense. If you're telling me that you have drugged up half of the population, if that's what you're telling me, then that means I need to go out and get some more ammunition.
You do realize, though,
crazy?
you
You
do
have done this.
you do realize, though, that the people that are going to get the guns are the drugged up people, because you don't want law, you don't want any laws that are against giving
you
them to
want.
them.
You want me to be with, because you're only going to take these weapons from law-abiding people. That's all. Let's admit that. The only people giving up their weapons are going to be those that like to follow the law. So you're asking me to strip down naked while you have drugged up half of the population, or whatever percent, 50,000, whatever. You want me to walk around with you and all of those crazy people, and I'm not supposed to have something to protect myself with. No, thank you.
What I am saying is, what many folks that are, carriers like myself that are also talking about gun, what we're saying is, I want better laws to make sure that drugged up people cannot legally buy a firearm. A lot of these people that are committing these mass hang on. A lot of these people that are committing these mass casualty events, they actually have a history of mental illness. But the NRA and the gun rights people, because they always yell anytime this stuff happens, don't blame the gun, blame mental illness, but they don't want to do shit about mental illness.
Tim, let me put it this way.
Help me out.
Why do you think, answer this question for me. Why do you think the firearm was invented and improved upon? Why do you think that happened?
To kill people more efficiently.
No, to equalize, to make it fair. So, look, let's say...
What's the difference? What's the difference between making an AR with a drum or something like that to kill people more efficiently, as opposed to what you're saying to equalize? It's the same thing. It's
Can we reach an agreement real quick?
Sure.
Can we reach an agreement? I'm gonna let you finish your thought if you'll do the same for me.
That's okay. Keep going.
Is that fair?
It's always fair.
Okay. Look, if we took if there wasn't a gun on this planet, you would have a class of people that would go through, like they did, and the reason that firearms were invented, that would go through, they would sharpen a stick, they would be physically stronger than the smaller of the population, and they would oppress them. And it would happen again like it happened when we first got here. You understand? And someone picked up a rock, and that equalized for a minute. And then that big dude picked up a rock. And now we got to go back to, I got to have something better than him. And it's escalated to the point where we have a Gatling gun, where we have a bulletproof vest and all of that. So at some point, you have to realize, you have to understand that this was to protect smaller individuals from people that would have their way were it not for that gun.
Okay. The reason I disagree with you is, and based on what you're saying, the gun owners are the ones that are the most evil. Those are the ones you got to keep. You're constantly in an arms race because the bad people are what you're talking about. Because you mentioned how it was when we first got here, we were those people.
So you're saying that, I'm sorry.
When we first got here, we were those people that had superior weapons, and we did all, and we're doing it now. We're still doing that to this day. We came here to this country. We had more superior weapons than the people that were here. We took over the damn country. That's what we're doing in Venezuela. That's what we're doing in Iran. That's what we're doing in Iraq. If there was ever a need to have some type of limitation on weapons ownership, it really should be imposed on the United States, because the United States is doing exactly what you're saying is the reason for why we should have the Second Amendment. It's because we need an equalizer. These other countries do not have equalizers, and they're actually making your example for you, is that we actually are doing to these other countries what you're saying would happen in this country if there was no gun ownership.
Tim, during World War II, the Japanese had developed a plan to invade mainland USA. And the emperor stopped by and said, "Are you crazy? You are going to go to the USA and find a gun behind every blade of grass."
True.
Those people are fired. They have firearms out the wazoo. They'll pull them from everywhere. That protected us from being under attack. These countries that we're doing that to, they have very strict gun laws. They are sitting ducks. So if the United States, in order to impose its rules and keep social order for the rest of the world, hey, that This would have been much harder if they had. These are dictatorships. They don't have firearms because the leaders of that country don't want them to have firearms. And you see what happened in Australia. You got one knucklehead, one nutcase, or him and his son, that had a firearm, and they killed 15 people.
How often that happens here?
It happens a lot, but they get stopped.
They got stopped there.
Yeah.
That's why they only got 15. They got
If
stopped
we
there.
didn't have weapons, how would we stop them?
They got stopped there by unarmed people.
So, you gonna be first? I mean, you gonna trust someone in a stadium? Let's use your example. I stand up in a stadium and I start waxing people right and left. That's a horrific thing. You gonna come up? You gonna be the first one?
I'm not gonna do that even if I got a gun in my hand. Straight talk. That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna run like a scalded dog. You said.
If I'm on the beach in Australia, I think he got a call. I'll wait for him to come back. But if I got a gun and I'm on the beach in Australia and this guy has a long rifle and he's shooting people,
very good. That was my wife.
Okay, well, let me respond to your statement and I'll let you continue. If I'm on the beach in Australia, laying in the sand with my broad or whatever, and I got a firearm on me and I hear somebody firing, I can see him off in the distance with a long rifle. I don't care that I can defend. I'm not going to engage that guy. I'm getting the hell out of there, just like the unarmed people.
That's two different platforms, and I would urge you. No. You don't take on a rifle with a pistol. But I will tell you this:
you carry a rifle around with you everywhere. You got to call again. I want to let him hear him out.
I'm trying to get a hold of you, man.
Okay.
Listen, I'll make one more point, and then I got to go talk to my wife. I've been waiting a long time to talk to you. You know, I appreciate what you're doing. Honestly, I do. I appreciate what you're doing. But I will say this, that if you're asking us to strip down and provide zero protection, and I'll tell you, the first neighborhoods that are going to fall are not going to be high-class, gated, white communities. You understand? That's not going to be where the violence takes place when no one has any firearms. So if that's what you're willing to do, then, by all means, continue this argument.
Okay. I want to respond to something you said. You mentioned how they decided the Japanese decided not to invade America because of the quote, behind every blade of grass is somebody armed. You do realize that we use the same logic as why we decided to use atomic bombs on Japan as opposed to going and invading them, as we felt that they were going to. Hold on. That is exact. They cite that these people were given bayonets and they were going to be willing to fight to the last man without firearms. And we decided it would be easier and would be less casualties to bomb them with atomic bombs as opposed to invading them. We did say that. You never heard that?
That's not exactly the reason.
Not exactly. Not exactly. Okay, what did they say?
Can I? Let me finish. I mean, what you're saying is partially correct. It is partially correct. Because every man, woman, and child they needed to be convinced that this war was futile. And we dropped 2 nuclear weapons on that country and showed them the might of the United States. 100%, and it worked. And it saved countless lives. 100% true.
I heard that we figure it would be a lot less casualties for Americans if we used the atomic bomb because we knew they were willing to fight. It's the same argument about the blade of grass.
We have a responsibility to think of our, Americans. We don't have a responsibility to think of our enemy. That's not the full equation. It was also, look, man, no one wants to go through and spend 3 years slaughtering an entire nation. No one wants to do that. After World War II, it was the United States that rebuilt the world after that war. Our economy was the only one intact. We didn't get touched during World War II. Everyone else did. There was not another nation that did not get decimated. And off our backs, that's why we have these tariffs off the United States. People ask, when was America great? That's exactly when. After World War II is a perfect example. I'm going to leave you with this. Okay? You guys were talking about Charlie Kirk earlier.
Yeah.
And some people may know this. Other people may not know this. Have you ever heard of the Young Black Leadership Summit?
I have heard of that, yes.
Okay. Do you know that Charlie Kirk fully funded over 400 black kids to go visit their White House and meet the president out of his own pocket?
Okay.
Now, that does not sound like a racist to me. Maybe you can be racist and do that, but that does not sound like someone who is racist to me.
You listen, you could let somebody breastfeed your kid and still be racist. You could sleep with them and make new kids with them and still be racist.
Then you can't be convinced. I get it.
No. It ain't. Hold on. It ain't that I can't be convinced. You just threw an argument out there that if I'm funding kids to go somewhere, that means I can't be racist. I'm like, no, you can do a lot more than that to still be racist.
What would be the upside of me sending your child? What would be the upside for me? If I'm sending 400 of your youth, something that the NAACP is not doing, something that the Black Caucus is not doing, what would be the upside for me, Charlie Kirk, to do that for your community? What would possibly be the upside for that?
If the goal is to convince people you're not racist, sometimes you throw a bone. Like, you guys believe Joe Biden was racist. He's done a hell of a lot more than that for black people. And you had no problem saying he was racist.
Corn Pop is the one that told me he was racist. Kamala told me he was racist. I took it from y'all. I took that shit from y'all.
Okay, well, I'm taking it from some people. I'm taking it from my brothers and sisters. They say Charlie Kirk is racist.
Right. You're taking it from other African Americans. I get it.
But what I'm saying is, all it took for Joe Biden is to say, vote for me and you ain't black, and that's all it took. Charlie Kirk got a whole host of quotes.
Thank you for bringing that up. I mean, he even told you that you're not black unless you voted for him. But no, he ain't racist.
Yeah,
Charlie Kirk sent your kid to the White House to learn about his history in this country, and you think that's racist.
Okay, so let me flip it then. Charlie Kirk said, Charlie Kirk said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake, and Joe Biden appointed the first black vice president, black Supreme Court judge, but not the first, but a black Supreme Court justice, and gave jobs to a whole host of black people. He's racist, but Charlie Kirk, because he flew 400 people out somewhere, he's all good.
Listen, you can cherry pick and take people out of
context. That's what you were doing.
And you kept saying that you watched Charlie Kirk. I knew you were lying then because you can't watch him in clips. Tim, you cannot watch him in clips. You've got to watch in context what that man said.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, because the context argument is common. He says BLM equals burn, loot, and murder. What is the proper context for that?
How many protests around the country over George Floyd were there?
Every city.
Hold on. How much of that BLM money did you get?
I said burn, loot, and murder. You're talking about money now. That ain't even what he's talking about.
That's what he said.
He said BLM equals burn, loot, and murder. Why are you talking about money?
He said BLM must mean burn, loot. That's what he said.
He said it equals. I actually wrote down. He said BLM equals burn, loot, and murder.
Yes, that was his point. It must mean BLM. If BLM, Black Lives Matter, if BLM. If you're supporting BLM, you must mean burn, loot, and what was the other one?
Murder,
yeah. Because all across this country was on fire. These cities were on fire.
So there were people dying at the hands of BLM all over the country?
Yes, there were people. Yes, there were several people that were. What was that dude? What was that like?
That's not accurate.
MAGA dude. God dang it! What was his name? I got a picture in my head. He went on. They put him on trial for shooting people. Killed one guy. Shot another dude in the arm. Kyle Rittenhouse, trying to protect his city.
Mm-hmm.
They put him on trial for shooting one dude that was trying to kill him. And another dude ran up with a skateboard, tried to club him in the head, and he shot him in the arm, blew his arm off.
Okay.
Charlie's point was, if you mean Black Lives Matter, if that's what you're rioting for, and all this money that you're donating to BLM went to number one, it went to the DNC. So all of that, those websites funneled that money to DNC. And the lady that started it ends up buying 2 or 3 mansions. Like $1 million mansions with that money.
In other words, she did the same thing Steve Bannon did with the money for the wall.
Listen,
I'm not disagreeing with you about the money
They need
situation.
to be cell by cell. They need to be right next door to one another. I'm not defending him on your show.
Well, Trump pardoned him, so Trump doesn't agree with you. But what I'm saying is, every town in this great nation, over 50,000 population, has had a BLM event. I don't recall all this burn, looting, and murdering that was happening in all these towns. There's a handful of cities.
Have you been to Portland lately?
Huh?
It still doesn't look right. Portland, Oregon, have you been there?
No.
It still doesn't
Hold
look
on.
right.
I'm not disagreeing. Ferguson, Baltimore, there's some towns that had fires in them that were burned and don't look right like you're talking about. But as I said, every town in America that has a population of 50,000 people or more has had a BLM event. If they were about burn, looting, and murder, it would be hundreds of cities.
No. Just because you didn't burn the place to the ground doesn't mean, just because you had a BLM event doesn't mean that you had to burn the city down. God forbid. What I'm saying to you is, if you've got to be told that Black Lives Matter, dude, I can't have a conversation with you from jump.
Bro.
That's insane.
No, what I'm saying is, if over 96% of the protests did not feature anybody being burned, looted, or murdered, then Charlie Kirk is a fucking liar, is what I'm saying.
Because if that 6% burned down half a goddamn city, we only dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan. Did we not do enough damage?
So do you realize if you held whole groups responsible for what 6% of them did, you realize you would really demonize 6% of white people probably are fucking racist.
What percentage of German citizens in World War II were in the Nationalist Party? What percentage?
Well, you're talking about not. I don't even think it was 6% until he started forcing people. Right. So we don't. So you don't hold the whole. We don't hold.
We damn sure did.
Well,
we destroyed that country.
I don't.
We beat their entire army.
So what you're saying is, from now, in any group, if 6% of them are fucked up, you should demonize the whole group. Is what you're saying?
No.
That's what you're doing. BLM.
But if 6% of a certain, then that's a separate group from the whole. Don't you believe?
No, I'm asking you.
That.
I'm asking you if you're going to demonize BLM for, as you're saying, and I don't even think 6% is accurate. But let's say 6% is, like I said, every town over 50,000, every town that has a population of 50,000 people or more has had a BLM protest in it. If they were about burning, looting, and murdering, every single state should have had this happen in multiple cities, and that has not happened.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You missed the first part of what I was saying.
Okay,
and that's my fault. I asked you. I began this conversation by how much did you get? How much did your neighborhood get from BLM? What was donated? What organizations that are important to you got some of that BLM money? Because I contributed to BLM. I know a lot of my friends and neighbors contribute.
Wait a minute. You just said anybody that's got to be told Black Lives Matter is a fool. Why would you donate money to an organization you just said is idiotic to begin with? Why would you donate money to it?
Because at the beginning, I was under the impression that we were actually going to do some good with this money. I donate to a lot of causes that I find out later on, hey, I wasted my money.
I don't know you from Adam, so I can't. I'm just going to tell you my belief is
you didn't donate to BLM, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you're lying about the BLM donations. Is what I'm saying. I don't believe that. You're exceptionally critical of that organization. They've been having riots and fires since the very beginning. They've been protesting them. Why would you donate to them? They've been that way since the beginning. You don't like them.
No. That's not true. Because I had your point of view. How do you think I arrived at my point of view? I only after finding out where that money went. I also donated to the Wounded Warrior Foundation.
Okay.
I don't do that anymore. I'm a veteran. I'm a combat veteran. I don't donate to that organization anymore. They wasted my funds.
Fair. I'm just going to say, you mentioned in regards to Charlie Kirk, I'm just a non-believer. I'm a non-believer that you donated money to BLM. You're not going to convince me of that.
That does not affect affect the reality. Will you agree?
Yeah, true.
That doesn't have shit to do with the reality, does it?
Yeah, my opinion is like you guys on the 2020 election. There is nothing going to come out that's going to make me believe that. I do not believe you donated money to BLM. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I saw a receipt, I would be the first to say.
Believe that does not affect one, and believe me, true. I wish you were right.
Yeah.
Believe me, I'm glad that you feel that way because my wife wishes you were right too.
Wow. All right, real talk. I can talk to you all day. I do got to move it. I gave you a little bit extra time. Your wife wants to hear from you. Your wife wants to hear from you as well.
No doubt. I better call her before I'm gonna go through a divorce.
She wants to know where that BLM money went. Real talk. Come on back anytime, man.
Later, buddy.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. I don't believe it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't fucking believe it. Looking at the screen. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to. We might be to reach 150. We can certainly reach 145. Help your boy finish that TikTok cap goal. We try to provide an entertaining program here. Show your boy some love. We're not that far off. Help your boy reach that TikTok cap goal. Then he walked on the water. What are you guys saying? 6 people were killed on January 6th. I don't think that's true. Gregory in the comments. I don't believe 6 people. I don't think it did any. Ashley Babbitt, I believe, is the only person that died on January 6th. I know some people, and thank you, for the great. Appreciate that. Getting your boy close. Thank you. I believe that there are some folks that lost their life. Alter ego. Thank you. I believe there's some people that lost their life after January 6th due to stress, heart attacks, and things like that. But I don't think anybody other than Ashley Babbitt lost their life on January 6th. Let me know if there's somebody else wrong. I'm pretty sure the police died. I think somebody had a heart attack or something like that, but it was in the hospital later or something. I don't know. I wish you would have asked him what Black Lives Matter mean. Well, he stated that anybody that has to be told Black Lives Matter, something's wrong with them, which, like I said, based on his opinion about the whole meaning of the acronyms, why would you donate money to that? You don't even believe in their cause. That didn't make sense at all. But he says he did. Looking in the comments here, King Shipman spent millions of dollars trying to scare the hell out of America. Huh? Something. And I'll just tell you this. Ever since, before I go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 150. Ever since America really has been around, you've always had people of color in this country complaining about racism. Black Lives Matter, that type of mindset. You're treating us like we don't matter. That's always happened. And you've always had, ever since day one, you've had people of color complaining they were being mistreated in this country. And ever since day one, you've also had white people saying, I don't know what the hell you mean. You got a large portion of white America saying, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And we could talk about BLM, but in the money that was used fraudulently, which makes a good way to point to bad things that BLM don't stand. But the same mindset was held towards the movement of hands up, don't shoot, and I can't breathe. And every one of these groups were told the cause they were standing on was either illegitimate or wrong. I don't think there's a civil rights leader in U.S. history that wasn't called a race baiter and told they were fighting for a cause that was unnecessary. Martin Luther King on back, all of them were. So if you are fighting on behalf of civil rights, even if you openly say BLM is a fraud, I don't work with them, I'm just here for civil rights, people ain't gonna like you either, because LeBron James shut up and dribble. You see what happened with Colin Kaepernick. They started saying he was disgracing the anthem. They're going to find a way not to like you. Any civil rights, the Medgar Evers, you name it. If you're a civil rights leader, people are going to dissect your life and find some way to demonize you. And that even applies if you happen to be a white person speaking on behalf of civil rights. They're going to find something about you. Maybe you owe student loans or something. They're going to find something about you and say, why the hell should we trust this person? They're irresponsible. They, cheated on your wife, or you got a kid that live in another town that don't know you. They're going to find some way to demonize you. There is not a civil rights leader in U.S. history where everybody was like, that guy has a point. people hated him, no matter who. Like right now, Martin Luther King is revered as a hero, a decent person. That ain't how they were treating him when he was alive. They were treating him just as bad as they treat Black Lives Matter now. He was a piece of shit back then. They didn't like him either. Looking in the comments here real quick. Floyd autopsy states he died of drugs. Says, what are you talking about? You talking about you're suggesting that the autopsy for George Floyd said he died of drugs? Not all of them. The autopsies presented in court don't say he died of drugs. We could go back and forth on the George Floyd case. I'm just going to say this. It doesn't matter what George Floyd died of. You don't sit on somebody for 9 minutes. Let's say you are indeed overdosing on fentanyl. Police show up and they just sit on you for 9 minutes. Your family's going to have a lawsuit. That's not how you treat somebody that's overdosing on fentanyl. He showed up. He didn't give him Narcan. He didn't call the paramedic. He just sat on the dude for 9 minutes. And when he got up, the guy was dead. The system shows he died of fentanyl. That person's family is going to get millions of dollars. So even if you do want to suggest he died of drugs, still Derek Chauvin would probably have gotten fired, probably still would have been held on some type of charge being complicit in the death of the guy because he provided no aid whatsoever. None. He didn't try to check the guy's pulse or anything. In fact, the paramedics had to ask him, could you please get up so we can check the guy? Some of his own partners at the scene were asking him, should we check on the dude? He stopped talking. He ain't moving no more. Why are you still sitting on him? So it don't really matter what the autopsy said. What he did is not what he was trained to do. I don't care if he's died of what they say, an enlarged heart. I've heard that. I've heard he died of a heart attack. None of the things that people suggest he died of can come with a treatment of sitting on him for 9 minutes. None of that stuff. I don't care what a person is ailing with when you show up to the scene. You don't sit on them for 9 minutes until they're gone. So it doesn't, you can't, you might be able to say he didn't murder the guy. Negligence, so you may be to come up with a different, but what Derek Chauvin did was wrong, period. Going back to the box, we'll make it happen with Big Country. Good evening, welcome to the program. No, you can't. You people are racist. What do you guys say? Not with your hand in your pocket. The cop sitting on him with his hand in his pocket doing a Captain Morgan pose. Big Country, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. I'm in the trenches as usual, man. Why is this dude so popular?
He got out there and he gave anyone the opportunity to debate him. And what
I do that, goddamn it, where my money at? I do that.
Well, see, and the thing that I tell people I talk to all the time, there's a difference between debating and arguing. And what a lot of people, especially on the left, they want to argue because they don't have the open mindset that even when they're shown facts, it's not going to change their mind.
So you believe if you show the right facts on the 2020 election, they'll change their mind?
I'm not going to speak for everybody on the right because I know
you just spoke for everybody on the left.
I apologize. I misspoke. There's a majority of people. I'll rephrase that. I won't say everybody.
So you believe majority of the people on the right would change their mind on the 2020 election if you showed them the facts?
I know I would.
That ain't what I asked you. That's not what you answering stuff I'm not asking you.
I can only talk about the people that I have talked to and the people that I know.
You're not doing that for the left, though. You ain't talked to all these people on the left.
I have talked to several Democrats.
Okay.
And the ones that I have talked to, they like to argue. And with Charlie Kirk, they all want to. There's a lot of people that want to call him a racist and all that. What he was doing was just making a point. So one of the big things was the whole DEI situation. Okay. And so he would always go for a meritocracy, hiring based on merit, regardless of skin color, gender, anything. And so one of the examples he had brought up was, I think it was either American Airlines or Delta Airlines, one of the airlines. And he said they pushed out on a public announcement that they, by a certain date, wanted a specific percentage to be minority pilots. Which, if you want a certain percentage, that's fine, but still have it be required that they are the best of the best. If a person of a minority group is able to go through the same training, get the top scores, and be within those top people, say they want to hire 100 pilots, and
or
you got
music.
10 people out of these minority groups that score within that top 100, then they should get the job because it's based on merit, not just because of race or gender.
Okay, I want to say something. I was trying to bring up my own, because what you're talking about, not only am I aware of it, I have a video on YouTube called Charlie Kirk in Full Context. So anybody ever get time, the Handsome Liberal on YouTube is called Charlie Kirk in Full Context. Now it's 18 minutes long. It's exactly what you're talking about, because I feature a debate and I give you my spill on it. This whole black pilot, I wonder if they are qualified. There's a lot more to it. First of all, because I did the research on this, when they said they wanted to have their airline more diverse, they said that in 2021, and they wanted to have it done by 2030. It wasn't meant to be done overnight. It was meant to be completed by 2030. So my point I make is, you can take somebody who has zero flight training, none whatsoever, and make them commercial airline worthy in 9 years. What Charlie Kirk makes it sound like is they want to do this right away. So when I see a black pilot, I kind of wonder. And he talks about, well, during the debate, because he's debating with a black person about this, and I played a whole debate. So it's not a snippet, it's not a clip. I play the whole debate before we talk about it, which is why my video is 18 minutes long. But I also talk about, because Charlie Kirk says, well, there were lawsuits against airlines. And one of the things I talk about is, you can sue somebody for any damn thing. There is no actual jury, or better yet, there is no actual victory where a case was adjudicated to show that people who had no qualification were flying planes, because it wasn't even due to be completed until 2030. Charlie Kirk makes it sound like black pilots are flying around now that are under this category. So Charlie Kirk either didn't do his research on this, or he just lied to make black pilots look bad. And I will say this also. I use this example all the time. Let's say I live in a white neighborhood and I want you to come fix my sink, while I'm at work. I'll leave the key in the mailbox or whatever. But look, all my neighbors are white. So make sure you send a white plumber, because if they see a black person going to my house, they may call the cops. That don't mean the white plumber you send is unqualified. So the notion that if you find black people to do a job, that means they ain't qualified is crazy. You still got to go through the FAA training. So why Charlie Kirk would think that they're putting unsafe pilots in the cockpit makes no sense whatever. He makes it sound like if you have to find black people to do something, none of them are going to be smart enough to know how to do it. Do you not see that?
In your own example there, you had requested
to
have,
like the airline.
But you weren't basing that off of their qualifications.
No, I based it off of skin color. I said, send me a white plumber.
No, wait. You were basing it off of everyone else around that community.
Okay, Delta wants everybody to see them as diverse. They're doing the same thing. They're doing it because of what people want, the image they want to present. I wanted to present an image that white guys are going to my house.
Okay, but what Charlie, he wasn't putting a small timeline on. He was giving the hypothetical, if this is what they want, then to be able to hit that racial quota, even if by a certain time frame at the end, all right, so we'll phrase it this way. If you get to 2030 and you still don't have that racial quota, you don't have the amount of pilots, but that's the percentage they wanted to get to, would are they going to do?
Well, first of all, we would have to tackle that in 2030. Charlie Kirk is making it sound like it's happening now. So we're not even at that point. So Charlie Kirk should never have made this statement until we were at least at 2030.
But he wanted to make it, people understand that just to hit a racial quota, sometimes you have to drop the standard.
They're not doing it. There is no airline that is currently doing that. They were trying to do it in 2030. They're not doing it right now. So why is he complaining about something that won't be done into the future?
He would also example Harvard and test scores in the same type of situation.
We're talking about pilots, though. You don't need to go to Harvard to be a pilot.
It was all based within the DEI spectrum. That the DEI programs were basically just racial quotas that were trying to be met. Where instead of basing the acceptance off of someone by their merit.
Yeah.
So with the Harvard thing, you were saying you had even minority groups of like the Asian.
But wait a minute. But let's stay with we'll go to Harvard, but let's stay with the pilot thing. What I'm saying is I don't see any justification for why he talked about black pilots not being qualified. We can talk about Harvard too, but the pilot thing is bullshit.
He never said that there was.
What is he even worried for?
He never said that there wasn't a qualified pilot.
What is he worried for?
He was just putting that. What's that?
Why is he saying he gets worried when he sees a black pilot?
He was saying, "What if?"
Why is it coming up? There's no. In fact, all of the pilots that are involved in crashes are white dudes. You don't even hear about too many women that are involved in crashes. If you're going to be afraid of people, and you looked at the history of who is fucking up, it's usually white dudes. I still don't understand it.
He was just trying to bring up the hypocrisy of trying to make a certain quota of a race or gender just to be able to hit that quota rather than going with who's best for the position.
So he was trying to paint a scenario by bringing up something that's not happening, is what you're saying. Nobody that flies planes are being given that job that are not qualified. So he was just trying to paint a scenario by using an unrealistic standpoint.
He would tie that in with examples like Harvard. Because Harvard did it.
He said pilots, though. Why didn't he just say Harvard? He said pilots. There are no untrained or lower trained pilots. He used pilots. He didn't say nothing about Harvard. He said pilots.
Again, it was a scenario that could present itself.
Good.
He just wanted that thought that not so much that the person's not qualified, but was he put there just to hit the quota, or was he actually qualified?
But you do to admit what he is saying is actually not happening. There is no instance of black pilots that are flying planes without the qualifications. There's no examples of that happening.
I will admit that. I will agree with you on that. I have not seen it.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to say where he was coming from for that argument.
You could, if you just
do
want
the DEI in practice. DEI in practice is basically the same thing as affirmative action, regardless of what race, gender you're trying to bring up. You're discriminating against somebody because you want to make things more diverse, rather than putting it just on the merit of the person.
So we know in America they discriminated against black people becoming president for most of America's history. Are you saying all of those white dudes that were president are unqualified because nobody else could get the job? You had to be white. Are you saying they all were unqualified?
Those were different times.
But different times, okay? In those times, were they unqualified?
No, I wouldn't say they weren't.
So if you believe that you could hire only white people and still find qualified folks, why would you believe if you only had to hire black people, they would be unqualified?
If they're qualified for the job, they should get the job.
Right. So
That's what I think.
So what Charlie Kirk said then is full of shit then. If you can hire all white presidents and they all are qualified, then you should be able to hire all black pilots and have them qualified too.
He was saying that.
What the hell was he saying? That's the point I'm making. What he said made no sense. He was demonizing people, and it's based on nothing.
He was making his argument because you look at the
His
industry.
argument. What is his argument?
It just happened to be there's more white people and of other races that want to be pilots rather than the black community.
You think that maybe that has something? You think that maybe that might have something to do with we've been preventing them from being pilots? There may be more people that want to be pilots are white than any other community because we make it easier for white people to be pilots than any other community.
And I'll bring up, because you bring on that kind of subject, there's so many scholarships out there at all these different schools, all these different programs that are focused on minority groups.
Okay.
So the government has done for a while what they can to reimburse in a way by probably some of their thinking the disproportionate treatment that your community has had.
Yeah, but the government has nothing to do with the free market, though, big country. If the government gives me a scholarship and I get the education necessary, that don't mean Delta Airlines is going to treat me as equal. Delta Airlines may only be looking for white guys. So just because I'm trained, just like the presidents I mentioned, there are plenty of African Americans and Hispanics and women that were capable of leadership. But if they're not going to hire you, it doesn't matter how much education you get.
But that goes back to, again, and that's what Charlie was trying to say. It doesn't matter what race you are. If you are qualified, you should get the job.
So why was he singling out black people if you're readily admitting that you could literally hire a whole batch of black people and they could all be qualified? Any idea why he singled out black people and said that?
Because that's the topic that was brought up when he was having the debate.
I don't even think it was. I think he made that statement even when there was no debate. I think he made it kind of on his own.
From the debate that I'd seen was on the college campus, and it was another student that had brought it up. And it was talking about the DEI programs.
Okay.
And so he was advocating for a merit-based system across the board for all government, all jobs, period.
Yeah, but you do admit that throughout most of America's history, our system was not merit-based. You had to be a white man to get most managerial and positions of leadership. You would admit that, right? If you wanted to be on the Supreme Court, you wanted to be the police chief, whatever. If you wanted to have those jobs, only a white male could get them. You would admit that, right?
Yes, that's what history has shown.
So there was a hell of a lot of unqualified white men all over America then, because they were getting these jobs based on their skin color.
I'm not saying that was right, but that's the way.
Ain't what I asked you. I'm saying if you're getting a job because of your skin color, that means there's a hell of a lot of unqualified white guys, right?
Again, that was before the Civil Rights Act.
That ain't good. All right, I'll leave it at that. So you just don't, it sounds like you're willing to point out if other groups of people are unqualified, but you have a hard time saying that if you take your example and apply it to white men, it should apply as well. If all of these people are getting these jobs solely because of their skin color and the people are black, you have no problem saying there's a whole lot of unqualified people. But when the people getting the job because of their skin color are white, you start hesitating. You start sounding like a 1970 Chevy with the wrong gas in it. You start hesitating. Why is that?
I personally feel if you are qualified, regardless of skin color, regardless of gender, if you have the qualifications, you have the highest scores, you should be the one in that position.
Okay. And you believe if you only get the job because of your skin color, chances are you don't deserve to have that job and you're not qualified.
if you're qualified regardless,
Okay.
that should be what you.
All right.
You're trying to turn it around. What
No,
I'm saying is regardless. But you're trying to say if they're only hired for skin color, then they're not qualified, and that may be true. But the system that I would rather see is based solely on merit.
I'm just simply saying we want a system based solely on merit, which I agree with you on. But when that system was not based solely on merit, people were totally fine with the people using that system that was not based on merit until the people benefiting from it were people of color. When people were getting the job solely for being white, nobody had a problem with it. Now that it sounds like if you're a woman or if you're LGBTQ or if you're a person of color, you're getting the job. Now all of a sudden it means a whole bunch of unqualified people are getting the job. But when it was only white guys getting it, you don't seem to have the same opinion, which to me almost makes it sound like you just view people of color as not being able to obtain the necessary merit to get jobs.
Not at all. Because one of the other points I wanted to bring up is one of your earlier callers had made mention about individuals that live in the hood don't have the options for like the better food, the higher quality food. But how do you explain all of these athletes, all the celebrities that have come from these type of places, all these CEOs that are out there that have lived and grew up in those communities, how did they succeed if they didn't have choices?
You do realize Oprah and Jay-Z, who are billionaires, came from the hood too. That ain't the norm, is what I'm making. Yeah, there's some athletes that came from the hood, but if you go to any given neighborhood, how many professional athletes came from that area? 1, 2. I mean, it's not that you're taking the abnormal and painting them as normal. I mean, that's how people always say, well, blacks don't have it hard. Look at Oprah Winfrey, she's a billionaire. Well, how many blacks are actually billionaires? I mean, you can take
what
any.
I would say is those people that have made it, like Jay-Z, Oprah, Shaquille O'Neal, those, like all these athletes, all these celebrities, all the people that made it, they were willing and chose to put in the work needed to get them to that point. May have been harder, yes. Is that wrong? Probably.
I don't think it's.
They chose not to look at themselves as a victim of their surroundings, but better themselves because of their surroundings.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit more to that. I think that when you get to that pinnacle of success, a lot of it is also luck. There are people that have been, struggling actors for decades. There are rappers like Jay-Z types that have been rapping off and on, and they're now in their 50s and they never took off. There are people on TV like Oprah Winfrey that have done auditions their entire lives. A lot of it is luck. You can work hard at something and still never get ahead. The belief that as long as you work hard, one day you'll be like one of them, that is not true. There's a lot of luck that's involved. You got to meet the right people along the way. Like Trump. You think his kids would be like that if they didn't have him as a dad? Or you think he would be like that if he didn't have Fred as a dad? A lot of that's luck. He's not that fucking great that he would have been a billionaire many times over because of his own skills. A lot of it is luck. It's the family he was born in. If you or I worked as hard as Trump, went to a Wharton School of Finance and did all of that, we wouldn't be where he's at because we didn't start off as close to the finish line as he did. So some of it is luck too. Luck plays a huge part.
It's hard work and persistence. And yes, people like Trump, some of them did have the advantage of having a better start than others. But that doesn't mean just because you have nothing to start with, doesn't mean you can't build to something better.
I don't disagree with that. But when you talk about becoming somebody like Oprah or somebody like that, just simply working hard has no guarantee you're going to reach that level. I'll give you the last one. I do got to move it on.
I mean, and I'll just say, like, it doesn't have to be to the high level of like a celebrity or the athlete. That was just obviously the extreme examples. But there are the black business owners, there are CEOs, there are doctors and all that. Same type of situation.
Yeah. And
it's just there's a lot of people nowadays, even with the YT people, I will admit that too, that they want to play a victim card. And they want to say that the system is based and forced against them. But there's so many options out there for everybody to be able to better themselves, whether that's college, whether that's a trade school, something. And as long as you have the ability to do something, why play a victim?
All right, we'll leave it at that. Appreciate it. Moving on with the program, we didn't agree on a lot, but he's always welcome back. That was Big Country. Moving on, we'll go straight to the comments. That's the narrative, and maybe in some fields there is truth to the bar being lowered, but I have a hard time believing that it's the same with pilots with lives. Yeah, here's a point. To me, it's just like with the illegal immigrants being mostly rapists and murderers, yet the jails are not filled with a bunch of illegal immigrants. And the border towns where all the illegal immigrants go through are not the most violent cities in America. It's kind of the same thing with the black pilots being uneducated. Yet all of the people that are getting involved in mishaps and crashes are white. If there was a heap of black pilots only because of their skin color and they didn't have the training, where are all the ones that are getting reprimanded? He tried to take off from the taxiway instead of the runway area, or we told he caused a nearby, almost caused a near collision or something. You're not hearing about that. You're just not hearing about it, which kind of shows you that what's being said is not based on anything. And by the way, my last caller who was defending Charlie Kirk even came around and admitted that it's really just trying to make a point. It's not based on anything factual. Miss Mo Better, good evening.
Tim.
What's up?
Tonight you had a lot of bloviate and antinomian.
Antinomian, big words.
Halftime Christian ass people up here tonight. Like, for the life of me, that was tough just listening to. He kept twisting and twisting. Like, listen, the numbers and stuff don't lie. You understand? And see, and this is when it comes to Charlie, like you said, you got the whole video up there. Go watch the video. Most of the people that's defending that shit, they don't even watch it.
Yeah,
they're just going on talking points and stuff that they've heard and they're regurgitating. They don't even go listen to that shit.
Yeah,
I didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was until the day he got unalived.
I didn't know who he was. I knew of him. I didn't know a lot about him until they started making a big fuss over him. But I think the issue is, and I think Jon Stewart said it best on his show, is that we're attempting to make the default position for competence a white guy. I mean, because look, when we were younger, it did seem weird to see a black person as a pilot or something because you did automatically think that competence came from a white guy.
Those opportunities weren't afforded to black people.
Right.
So, and then they keep asking, why is race always an issue? Because race is what started this shit. Racism is why we are struggling to climb up the ladder, and we're questioned with having all kinds of credentials and stuff like that because of racism. This country, we were only 3/5 of a man, according to them. Yeah. We were handled as chattel. They didn't see us as human.
I believe, based on what I've heard from Charlie Kirk, like I said before, I think he has a low opinion of black people. I think Charlie Kirk, and there are other people like that, if they see an African American in a position of leadership or a position like this where it requires a high amount of skill, some people believe that the African American or the people or just simply the competence from people of color is lesser than from whites. So if they see one of them in that position, they don't, like a black general or something, I don't believe he has the capabilities to lead as much as maybe a white general has.
Well, see, you see, they're trying to do it now to where they want white men to file a complaint if they felt like they were discriminated. I want them to point out where I need receipts. Ain't no saying, because now that you putting that out, anybody can go up there and say, oh, they got that job over me. What's going to happen? They're going to go fire a black person? Oh, he should have got the job and not you?
No, what'll happen?
Let's compensate them. Let's give them money of what they would have been making. And guess who's paying that money? Us. The taxpayers.
I think what'll end up happening is, a lot of people will surrender in advance. So if you know that whites can file discrimination claims and things like that, and now people are against DEI, against affirmative action, you'll just start hiring, a predominantly white, employees, because
You know what they're not doing, Tim, is asking why this stuff was created in the first place. Why was this stuff ever in place? It wasn't because things were going correct. It wasn't because equality was in place. Everybody had their equal opportunity. That's not why that stuff was created.
No, they'll agree and admit as to why it was created, but the point is that stuff has long since been needed. They believe that the day and age of discrimination and needing this stuff ended maybe back in the 80s. They believe that it's being overused.
Yeah, okay, and like I said, at my job alone, they closed a whole department, and they were minorities that lost their jobs.
Yeah,
and that was just in 2025. Over about almost 400,000 African American people lost their jobs because of that DEI. Yeah. Because of what Trump feels wasn't necessary. So when they come up here bloviating that bullshit, the numbers are not lying. You know, and like when they talking about bringing all the rapists and murderers and stuff, where are they getting their numbers from? Where are they getting this data from? See, Tim, that's why I say it's manner and intent. At what manner did you achieve what you have, and what's your intentions moving forward? Because listen, it's hard. It's hard to tell what people's intentions are until they start moving.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, with Charlie Kirk, like I told my last caller, the airline didn't want to complete this until 2030, so they gave themselves plenty of time.
It was spread out.
Yeah, 9 years. They wanted their Air Force to be, or their pilot force to be diverse by the year 2030. So that gave them plenty of time to make sure everybody they hired was trained.
Right.
So
and of all people to ask, he is a college dropout. Like, who are you to question anything? Who are you to question anything? You dropped out of college and became this ultimate grifter. And he found that niche. He found the niche, and they bought into it. You know what I'm saying? Again, how many black communities or anywhere has he actually sat down and spoke to somebody, had an actual conversation to ask and see how they're living?
What about the claim that he flew 400 African Americans to a black conservative group? I mean,
I still need to see proof of that too. I'll tell you, I need receipts. And if he did, it was nothing more than a tax write-off and looking for votes.
I'm actually interested in because you're right. People do often say stuff that is not based on anything that actually happened. Like, I hear that Trump had a black girlfriend. I've never been able to find.
I'm waiting to see that too.
Yeah, so I would like to hear it.
There ain't no telling. He could have slept with a dog for all we know because of his nasty ass.
Oh my God. I don't know about all that. So why do you think this guy is so popular though? I mean, look, once he passed away,
because they have like minds. They have that same sentiment that he has, but they're not bold enough to say it. See, he thought he was untouchable. You know what I'm saying? And for him to be such a supporter of the 2A, where was his the day that he got taken out?
Oh, the guy did say, in order to maintain Second Amendment rights, sometimes some gun deaths are acceptable. That's what he said.
Well, they made sure of that too.
Yeah.
His peoples made sure of that, because that kid, again, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And it's a hard opinion. That guy that they have is not the guy that did it.
You don't think Tyler Robinson is responsible for Charlie Kirk's death?
No, I absolutely do not think that he was responsible.
You gonna piss off Erica? You sound like Candace Owens.
She don't give a fuck. She out here wearing gold suits and shit, living her best motherfucking life.
Well, I mean, listen, her husband died.
Yeah.
Her husband died, though. I mean,
exactly. Yeah. And she couldn't wait to get out there hugging and touring. Hugging and touring, that's it.
Hugging and touring. Well, I mean, her man is growing up. I mean, her kids are growing up without a father, though. Don't you have some sympathy?
No, they don't. No, they ain't. They got J.D. Vance. They got them a father.
Well, she has endorsed him for 2028.
Oh, sure she did.
Yeah.
So. She probably did more than that, too.
What are you indicating? What are you trying to indicate?
Listen, I ain't saying shit. Just sit back and watch.
Oh, my God. You don't
find out where his wife at.
You don't see J.D. Vance's wife in public much. You really don't see
and you won't. and you won't. I bet divorce is somewhere in the works.
You think that J.D. Vance and his wife are not going to make it due to his politics?
Nope. And listen, he can't even protect her right now. At his position, he cannot protect his wife.
Protect her from what?
From them demons he work with. Those people, they like nasty piranhas. You fall in the water, they gonna eat your ass up.
They were trying to nominate Vivek Ramaswamy. He's Indian. They liked him.
Barely. Did he get elected? Nope.
No, but they showed him nothing.
They wanted to make it look good. They wanted to satisfy a quota. We need us a CQ in here. You know what a CQ is, right?
No, I don't know
quota.
What is a CQ?
A coon quota.
Oh my God! I get called that on every program.
We need to make it look like we doing our job over this motherfucker. They don't give a fuck.
So let me
see what they got Patel up there looking like he's scared to fucking death.
Yeah, and Bongino's out. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Patel hasn't bowed out because of the whole pursuit of the Epstein stuff is turning up to be a wash. They're not getting anything out of that.
Yeah, no, that you know what? That Pam Bondi ass need to be in fucking jail. Her ass need to be in jail for obstruction. For not no congressional shit. She need to be in there for obstruction.
Well,
her and whoever working with her need to be in there for obstruction.
Well, Trump wanted a attorney general that kind of functioned more like his own attorney, and she's filling the bill. I mean, she's fitting the bill.
No, she just on her knees for the motherfucker. Oh. She literally on her knees for him. Like I said, this with her working with them, it didn't just start. She's been running with them for a long time. That's why he got her in there. She knows a lot of shit. She been knowing a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying?
You kind of remind me of...
She's kowtowing. They kowtowing to them. You know what I'm saying? He got them all shook. So she gonna do whatever Trump tells her to do. They have no direction. They have positions and no directions.
You kind of remind me of Gangsta Grandma Uncooked Protein. She says she's on her knees.
She is on her knees. Look, how old is she? She look like she like 70 years old in the face.
Wait,
she probably can't even sleep at night. They got her ass shook.
Did you see the close-ups of Carolyn Leavitt?
They look
man.
They look old as hell. I thought Obama aged when he got in. Them hoes, they aged.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you just a
them Botox 304s.
Oh my God, I don't know about 304. She got a husband that's like 30 years older than her or whatever.
What the fuck does that mean? The divorce court is full of people that are married. Yeah. Shit. Yeah. That don't mean a goddamn thing.
So one other thing we were talking about, in addition to Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk is a lightning rod in his own, but Trump's week in review, and we talked about it, started out with his controversial comments about Rob Reiner's death, and he addressed the nation versus actual numbers, such as him saying that right now more Americans are working than at any given time in U.S. history. And also, it looks like he's attempting to rename Washington. You see him naming the Kennedy building, putting his name on every damn thing.
That family is having a fit, too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That Kennedy family is not having it. They say, first of all, it was illegal. You're not a deceased president. None of that stuff is legal, number one. Number two, it's the utter disrespect. Where you think you could just slap your name on shit. Again, he might seem like he's winning out, Tim. It's not going to end well for him. It's not. He's put some shit in place where it's certain things they can't even say in school. It's a whole list of words that they can't say. Qualified, and it's a whole bunch of shit that
I think things will end well for Trump. He'll go down. I mean, first of all, he won the presidency, so all the Jack Smith, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James stuff goes away. So that's a huge victory, because if he hadn't won, he would probably be incarcerated, and he would be significantly. That's why he ran. Yeah, well,
that's why he ran.
I'm just saying, he would also be significantly poorer than he is now, because he's very wealthy now. So he won that, and I think he can pardon himself on the way out or something of that nature.
I thought Congress can only pardon you. You couldn't pardon yourself.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find. Well, you think that because right now they have the majority. You think Congress wouldn't agree to do that if he needed them to?
They are a bunch of ussy pays. I don't know if you know Pig Latin, but they a bunch of ussy paste, soft as tissue paper. They scared to death of him. Mike Johnson or the grinder king, scared to death. He can't even look the cameras eye to eye when he talks. He holds his head down because he knows everything that has happened is shameful.
Let's just say Trump is going to live to be an old man, very wealthy, never served a day in his life. He's going to be fine. What's not going to be fine?
I don't care about that. Just long as we don't see his ass on TV, I don't give a fuck. Come get him, take him back to Epstein Island. How about that? Take him wherever the fuck you want to take him. Just get him out of here.
He's going to be on TV as long as he wants to. What's not going to work well is the people around him. Now, them folks are going to pay prices, but I think Trump...
That's true. Because you look how many people that was around him before that lost their shit.
Yeah.
He had to end up pardoning some, a couple. Giuliani can't even practice no more as he shouldn't.
Yeah, several people. Sidney Powell, them fake electors, several people lost their ability to practice law. I think Pam Bondi is absolutely going to lose her ability to practice law as well.
They're gonna strip of her shit. Somebody, we're gonna need some gigantic ass magic erasers to go around erasing all of this Sharpies that he's using.
So do you
think about the auto pen? This motherfucker got more executive orders than he does hair.
He's literally governed off of the executive. I mean, we talked about Obama and some of these other folks, but yeah, I think Trump is going to go down as one of the people who use executive order almost exclusively. Now, he's only been in it a year, so next week...
he talks shit about that. He talks shit about presidents using executive orders. If they can use executive orders, then they are incompetent, whatever he called them. You know, he's always calling people out of their names. But how long he been in it? 11 months? He's got 11 months worth of executive orders on his fucking desk. Half of them he don't even know because he got those Stephen Millers and everybody on the side of him showing him, oh, well, this is what it is. And he just get to sign it. He just likes to look at his name.
But how about this? Why you mentioning Trump signing stuff? Corey B says at least Trump is signing the orders himself, unlike, auto pen Biden.
They full of shit because Trump's used auto pen too. See, the thing is, they don't understand how it is, what it means to use auto pen. Every president has used the auto pen. Do your research. Stop just talking shit because you heard somebody else talking. Do some fucking research. The library is still available.
Well, the belief, though, is that Biden was not even running his own administration. He was so out of it that somebody else was doing it.
No. They could believe that if they want to. I know better. Biden, he gotten old in the latter days of his presidency, but Biden ran the shit out of this country. Yeah. And he was coming up off a global pandemic.
I will also add
that Trump allowed to go full fledged.
Yeah, I will also add that Biden, a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, actually was at some ceremony. And he was on stage standing and speaking to the people. He's still capable of talking. I mean,
he still has his wits.
Yeah.
But again, he was fighting COVID and cancer at the same damn time. Did we know? No, we didn't know. Some things people like to keep private. There is such thing as HIPAA. So you don't have to really disclose that much information about your health. Trump is putting his own shit out there. Oh, I'm taking MRIs. Oh, I'm taking cognitive tests. Yeah. He's putting his own shit out there.
He
can't blame that on nobody else. Yeah, he can keep his shit to himself. We see what's happening.
Yeah, what I think Biden should do, get the news networks together. If he called for some airtime, I think we know MS Now and some of these networks will definitely put him on there, but he probably could get ABC or NBC or some of these people, or at the very least go on some of the Sunday shows like Meet the Press, This Week with George Stephanopoulos, and just get on TV and say, I am still around. I'm capable. What I did during that time I was in president was my own doing.
You don't have to do that. Trump speaks more about Biden than his own family.
That ain't what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is Trump suggesting that he may investigate Biden's auto pen use in effort to overturn his pardons and all that stuff. I'm saying if he got on television now this late in 2025 and made it clear that he is still coherent it would. I think we all on the left already know that Biden was coherent enough to make the signature. But the right has a difference of opinion. If he got on TV now 11 months after he's been out of office and he still came across as somewhat coherent, that would really go further to destroy Trump and many on the right's claim that he didn't know what he was doing.
It would shut him up.
Yeah.
But again, he really doesn't have to speak much. He ain't got to say shit. Trump is doing enough of that. He lives rent-free in his head. Show me a speech or a summit or anything that he's had that he has not mentioned Joe Biden's name. It used to be Obama all the time. Obama, he still mentions him every now and again. But every speech or everything he has to say, Biden's coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, and I'm not being sarcastic. I don't think I could find you a speech where Trump talked for more than 10 minutes and Biden named. I don't think you could find that. Unless you find something, maybe he's at a school. But even if you go to a school or just something that he's speaking to the public in general, Biden's name, because he was in South Carolina or something yesterday or something like that. Biden's name came up plenty of times.
It comes up every chance he gets. But because you know why he does that? He has to continue. He has no substance, so he has to continue to make his followers and his fan club believe that Biden is so incompetent that it'll ignore the real competence which is in him. He really has no substance. That's why he's always insulting people, talking down to people, calling people out of their names. That means you have a poor mental status. Your IQ and your ability to articulate stuff is very low, because the first thing you do is attack. The first thing you do is attack. You don't say, "Oh, I have this going on." Even with that little bullshit ass 5 to 10 minute speech he gave, Biden. Oh, the last administration, Biden. Yeah. What are you going to do now at this administration?
But how about this? How about this? Turf Just Me says the whole country is in flames because of Biden. What say you?
Bullshit. And right now, y'all can't blame shit on Biden. Trump came in and made sure his name was on everything that's happening right now. The only thing that is continued over is the Affordable Care Act and the tax plan, which is Trump's. That was in play from before Biden even got into office. So it's burning down. Like I said, and Biden had to deal with coming off a global pandemic. Now, he drove the inflation. Inflation did go up to like 9%, but he got it back down from when he left office. So when Trump took office, Biden still had brought the inflation down after coming off a global pandemic, which that affects everything. It affected the job numbers and the GDP. All of that stuff was affected because all of the products, everything outside was closed. Wow. You can hardly get shit. So y'all really got to start thinking. Do some critical thinking for once. Get your ass off of Truth Social. Get Trump's nuts out your mouth and sit down and read a fucking book. Read. The internet is free all over the place.
Well, before I let you go, speaking of thinking, I'm gonna give you this one. You know what you do to my audience.
I wait for him.
Timoteo says she was dropped on her head more than you, Tim. So he's saying that you're sounding even more radical and crazy than I normally do.
Well, listen. The only thing that's afraid of the truth is a lie. You've been living a lie. When people start giving you facts and stuff, and because you don't know better, you want to attack the truth. That's not our problem. Get your shit together. Do some studying. Read. The government sites are free. Even if you don't trust them, you can go from one place to the other and compare notes. Watch your opposition also, because I watch the Trump speeches and shit too, because how else would I know what's good and what's, if I don't watch both sides? You understand what I'm saying? But don't come shooting at the truth because you don't know it. Grow up.
All right, Miss Mobella. All right, fair enough. Always good to hear from you. Sorry about the wait. I saw you in there.
Yeah, I was great. Listen, I didn't want to have to go gangster on you because
Oh,
I'm the
no.
gangster grandma. The other night, I waited 2 hours and you ended the show before I could even get on. I was like, this motherfucker.
Well, we do want to mix. We do want to mix it a bit. When I get MAGA viewers calling in, I give MAGA viewers a little preference because I don't get as many of them. So we say it's a MAGA friendly show, and I had a good.
You probably got like 10,000 likes from me tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I like you even more, baby. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Then.
All right. And listen, we are a MAGA friendly show. MAGA are my preferred guests. I don't get as many, so when I do see them, we bring them up and give them plenty of time. You may have seen that tonight. We've had several MAGA reviews today. I watch the opposition more than you watch your mouth. You say Turf. You said that to my last caller. The politicians need to learn to work for the people instead of fighting against each other. I think oftentimes the politicians, I think they've kind of forgot that. And I mean, to me, I'm not going to just put it in Trump's lap, but I think in Trump's lap is even worse, is that I think Trump certainly feels as though he is our boss and as opposed to us being his boss. But you're right, as a politician, you work for the people. The people are your boss. If you don't satisfy the people can and will get rid of you. That's how it's supposed to work. I don't think Trump sees it that way. And I'll tell you the reason I say that. Trump got in because a hell of a lot more Hispanics voted for him than most times for Republicans. I mean, we talk about the Somalis, the Venezuelans, and all these people, even the African-American community. His numbers were better than most Republicans with all those communities. Now those groups of people mostly think he fucked them over. So you don't normally fuck over your boss, otherwise he's going to get rid of you. And I think it goes without saying that most of those communities are not going to vote for Trump anymore. The Somalis, why would you say they're garbage when there are Somalis that support you? Why would you call them garbage? You know some of these people are part of why you got in office, even if you think they are garbage. You don't come out and say that. I'm sure there are plenty of politicians that take money from lobbyists that they think are pieces of shit. You don't come out and say that, though. Now, I know a lot of folks favor Trump because he, quote unquote, speaks his mind. Well, there's consequences to that. But you don't say that about people that supported you. I think that was crazy. Some of the things he's done that has been directly harmful to MAGA supporters, people that were at the rallies and things like that. You don't do that to people who helped put you in. And we'll see what ends up happening. I seen the comment, somebody says people in their right mind don't do that. And the crazy thing is, he does not, well, maybe that's why. I was going to say, he does not need those folks anymore. Maybe that's, once you put me in, I can actually fuck you over because it ain't like I need you again. But unfortunately, the remainder of the Republican Party will need them again. And look, I cannot imagine what has happened throughout the Hispanic community. That shit's been all over television. It's been all over the Spanish channels, all over the country, if not all over the world. I cannot imagine that President Trump has probably, I can't imagine how much damage President Trump has done to Hispanic voters for probably at least a generation. With ICE going all over the country, arresting people that speak Spanish, all of the cries and pleas you've heard from people who speak Spanish about they're losing their mom or dad. Now some of them are here illegally. I'm not going to deny that some of them are here illegally. Some of them are undocumented, but not all of them. Not all of them. People's businesses getting raided and stuff that are legal. People getting stopped because of what they look like, whether they're legal or not, and being demanded that they carry their passports. Kids not showing up to school because they're scared they may not come home. Hispanics walking around carrying their passports because now they got to be able to show papers. I cannot imagine how much damage that's done to the Republican Party, probably for at least a generation. It's not going to hurt Trump. Trump's fine. That's why I told my last caller, Trump will go off into the sunset, a very wealthy man that lived a full life. He's fine. But the Republican Party that has stood by and idly watched that happen are going to answer for that. You're going to have people in the Hispanic community that are telling their kids in generations in the future, do not vote for this party like your granddad did. And you see what happened. This party will turn on you. That's probably what's going to end up happening. That'll be in the Haitian community. That'll be in the, the Somali community. That will happen. Do not vote for these people. They'll tell you one thing in a campaign, and they'll turn on you. My guess is he's done a lot of damage to the Republican Party. But we'll see. We'll see once the muzzle, for lack of a better term, once the muzzle is off the mouths of Congress people, once they no longer have to worry about being primaried or harmed by President Trump, and they can speak freely on the Sunday shows, they can actually write books. Many of them have decided not to run anymore, and they're out of politics, where they feel free to speak freely. You're going to hear a hell of a lot more things being said. And I think one of them is going to be that the Republican Party has been really harmed with the Hispanic community going forward. I don't know. The black community never was really a strong conservative support, but it was a lot more support for conservatives among Hispanics. Looking in the comments, go down with Trump. The Republicans Party has leaders, Dems do not. That ain't true. He said the Republican Party has leaders, Dems do not. Let me say it like this. We got 3 years into the next national election, 2028. Now let's go back in time. 3 years before a national election, President Trump won in 2016, beating Hillary Clinton. So go back 3 years before that, 2013. Was anybody talking about President Trump? No, it was Jeb Bush. Barack Obama won in 2008. Go back 3 years before 2008, 2005. Nobody even had fucking heard of him. He wasn't even senator yet, I don't believe. Nobody was talking about Barack Obama to any significance. So when you look at the Democrat Party in regards to the 2028 election, you say, well, they don't have no leaders. The point I'm making is that's kind of common. 3 years is a long fucking time. Both Trump and Obama were not even on the scene yet in terms of politics this early before they won. In 2013, Trump was a wealthy businessman, still criticizing Obama, but him running for office, I don't even know if they were circulating that yet in 2013. So you can say they don't have any leader, but the point I'm making is leaders can come out before you even realize it. There's plenty of time for a national leader to come up. Let's say the midterms, as predicted, many are saying, is not going to go the way of the Republican Party. Who knows what type of rock star could be produced out of the midterms that may decide to elevate themselves in 2028. You just don't know. You don't know. I don't think Hakeem is going to be it, Big Slim. I just don't think it's going to be Hakeem. Unless Hakeem gets that fire in him, I think the Democrats, after dealing with Trump for almost a decade now, the Democrats want like a youthful version of, let's say, Nancy Pelosi or Obama. He had the gift of speaking. He had some fire in him. I definitely think that somebody like that could do it as well. But I think after almost a decade of Trump, or it's been over a decade because he came down in 2015. So after a decade of Trump, and he didn't sit on the bench during the offseason. During Biden's term, Trump was still incredibly active. So you've been dealing with Trump for almost 11 years now. So I think that the Democrats want probably somebody that talks like Jasmine Crockett, but it would probably have to be a man and a white guy. Straight, of course, straight Christian white male. But have the attitude of a Jasmine Crockett. Obviously, Gavin in California has somewhat of a pushback like that. It would have to be somebody like that. We don't know, though. 3 years is a long time to find a leader. So the right is sitting there rejoicing that they don't have a leader and all that shit. Still a long time. Still a long time. JD Vance raped his couch. Damn. My God. Jesus. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Come get Andy Brashard in Kentucky. Well, not to mention, I'm curious to see if Marjorie Taylor Greene ends up doing damage to the Republican Party. While you're talking about the Republicans, or maybe that the Democrats don't have a leader, Understand there are plenty of sleeper cells that may be in the Republican Party. There are plenty of folks in the Republican Party that may come forward and say shit. I don't know how long it's going to be, but I can tell you one thing. Eventually, you're going to know what's in those Epstein files. Eventually, somebody's going to come forward and tell you the truth. It may be after Trump's passed on, but eventually you're going to know what's in there. They're not going to be to hide that indefinitely, even though it's pretty clear that's the goal of what they want to do. The Republican Party is doing enough damage to the Republican Party, says Molotov. Some would say that as well. Obama will be the first arrest. Shit, you better hurry up and get Obama. The statute of limitations is ticking along. I mean, that guy's been out of office already for 10 years. You don't have forever. If you keep dreaming about an Obama arrest, you better hurry up and do it. The statute of limitations is going away. Anyway, let me go ahead and go on to the